Start of the British motorsport season, in fact the international motorsport season here at the Autosport International Show. It's the 27th running of the Autosport International Show here at the NEC in Birmingham in the UK. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. We're being streamed live on autosport.com, motorsport.com and motor1.com all around the globe. So for some people, they might be, it just might be past 6 o'clock already for some people. We've got a show full of guests, of news, of announcements, of new colour schemes, of people in different team clothing over the next 4 days here at the Autosport International Show, some of which we're going to announce, well, literally in the next 5 minutes or so. From rallying to Formula One, to British touring car, to motorcycling, to karting and Le Mans as just a teaser of what we've got coming up in the next 4 days here at the National Exhibition Centre. My name is Toby Moody. Henry Hope Frost, your usual guest, he's a little bit ill. He's got a bit of laryngitis, and we hope that he will be back maybe for the weekend. But Henry, if you're watching, we hope that you get well very soon. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our first guests on stage, the reigning British Rally Champion, Elfyn Evans, and his co-driver, Dan Barrett. Elfyn, good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Dan. Welcome here to Autosport International. Come and grab a seat. Elfyn, the reigning British Rally Champion. You still got a bit of a smile on your face about that. Still got a good feeling, have you?
Yeah, definitely. It was an exciting year. Obviously, a really important year for the British Championship. You know, a completely revamped series, new R5 cars, and I don't think it disappointed. You know, it was a really enjoyable year, and obviously we had a fair bit of success. So. Obviously happy about that, but really it was great to see it back in full swing and as strong as ever.
Following the footsteps of your father, you've heard lines like that for many times before from many journalists, but for 2017, looking forward, you're going into the World Rally Championship again. Tell us about that with DMAC. You must be very excited with a new car.
Yeah, really, really exciting. You know, it's a really exciting time in the WRC, and to be able to be a part of that now as a third point scoring car for M Sport, alongside with DMAC, you know, is a fantastic opportunity, and I'm really, really looking forward and can't wait to get going now. Well,
you know, here you are. You've got Sebastian Ogier as one of your teammates. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think it'll be a great experience for us, to have him inside the team, for us as competitors, and obviously for the guys within the team as well. And we've got a really fantastic looking new car over there, which Sebastian's car is sat there ready before it heads off to Monte Carlo. You know, it's a fantastic piece of kit, and the guys at M Sport have really put in a lot of hard hours to get it ready, and still are doing a lot of hard hours, getting it ready. So I'm sure it'll be an awesome piece of kit to drive.
Daniel, you're back alongside Elfyn. Silly question that you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. It's been I've had 12 months away from sitting alongside Elfyn. It's good to get the partnership back up and running again. We've spent quite a lot of time over the last few months, gearing up for this next year. We've got the opportunity now to come back, and we're both ready to make the most of it, and try and be as far up the leaderboard as we can throughout the season.
Did it click? It was just like the old days?
Yeah, it didn't seem to. After a few hours, it just felt like it putting an old pair of socks on or something like that. Like I'd never been away, so it was good to be back, and I'm really much looking forward to seeing how we get on next week.
Old pair of socks. Hope you washed them. You jumped from an R5 now to the 2017 WRC car with 380 horsepower. That's quite a leap of, well, maybe even 100 horsepower. What was it like when you jumped into the 27 car for the first time?
2017 is now open. We wish everyone a successful show. Thank you.
Yeah, it was an incredible feeling. The car has been built from the ground up, so everything is new. There's no carryover parts, it's just such a pleasure to drive. Easy in a sense, in terms of the car is very drivable. But what will obviously be difficult is the capability of the car is so high, is to extract every last ounce out of it. I'm sure will take a little bit of time, but you know, it's certainly a fantastic piece of kit.
A couple of people I've spoken to after they drove the car the first time, they had to get out and go for a bit of a walk. It's that quick. Was that the same feeling for you?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that said, we did our first test. It was probably the worst snow slushy condition that you could possibly get, which actually resembled the first time I drove the previous World Rally car for the first time in a test. So a bit ironic, but you know, as the conditions improved, obviously I got a bit of more of a feeding in process with the conditions being so difficult to experience the car at its best, let's say. So yeah, you know, we've spent a few days in it now, and you know, it never disappoints every time we go in it.
Where did you do your testing days? Where did you do them?
The first couple were in Italy. It was a high altitude test we were doing there, so it was in the snow. So it will be quite useful now heading to Monte Carlo. We're testing again tomorrow, just for the day before the rally. So hopefully all that test will come into good use tomorrow.
So, full World Championship ahead of you. What's going to be the highlight rally? What's the one you're really looking forward to?
There's so many on the calendar that's you know, a highlight for different reasons. There's no easy rallies on the calendar. You know, everything has its own challenges. There are a few that are standouts. I think in these cars, Finland, you know, as everybody keeps talking, is always an incredible one. I've had always good results in Corsica, so I really enjoy that event. And of course, you know, towards the end of the year, we've got Rally GB, which is, you know, home event, and it's always very, very special.
Dan, Monte Carlo coming up, you know, places like the Col de Turini, starting from Sospel, it might be dry in the valley and icy and snowy at the top. Is that the co-driver nightmare rally?
It's the one that definitely takes the most work in preparation before you go, and also as much work during the rally. But you know, I think we've got a good team around us, you know, that hopefully is going to give us all the information we need next week to be able to make the right tyre choice and know where the bad bits are. So, you know, I'm confident that when it comes to next Thursday, we'll be in a position to hopefully have a good rally.
You've got some wise old owls at M Sport now. Who have you got as your gravel crew?
Elvin's dad and Phil Mills, so we've got quite some good experience there.
A British champion, another British champion, and a world champion co-driver. So yeah, there's some quick guys in there. Reigning British Rally champion, as I said at the beginning of the conversation. We've also got Ben Taylor. If you'd like to come and join us, Ben Taylor from the British Rally Championship. Good morning, Ben. Come and join us. You know these two guys. Yeah, it's down to you that the British Rally Championship has really come back to life, and it's certainly on the crest of a wave. Well done, congratulations. You've had some long days, some long hours, but some proud days as well.
Yeah, I think first of all, let's get something straight. It's not just down to me that the British Rally Championship is back, but it's been two and a half years of putting something back together again. And if someone had told me just how difficult it was going to be when we made the decision back in 2014, I think I might have thought twice about it. But look, we're at the end of the first year. It's been fantastic success, better than anybody really could have predicted. We have a fantastic champion. There's a history, the link from 20 years earlier on the same event, and it just worked really, really well. But more than that, it was the number of people that we got out on the BRC, the number of competitors. The events really stepped up, and for us, it was just better than we could ever have anticipated it was going to be in that first year. So now we've got the difficult second year to come. After the enthusiasm of the first year, it's now up to us to make it even better than it was last year and push it forward.
And you've got some news for us here, the first news at Autosport International for 2017. Tell us about what you've got in store for 2017.
Yeah, it's really exciting actually. We've got a title sponsor for the British Rally Championship based on obviously the platform that was created last year by the BRC, and this morning we're going to welcome Prestone as the title sponsor of the British Rally Championship, which is a huge brand, number one coolant brand in the US, but also with a big presence here. They make coolant, screen wash, antifreeze. And I think it's a real endorsement. It's a company that's never done sponsorship before, and it's an endorsement of what we've delivered as a championship, I think, that gives them a platform that they can use it in their marketing activity. So there'll be lots of yellow and black across the championship, and for us it's a really good news to have a title sponsor.
March the 18th, Border Counties Rally. Everything's all going smoothly for that, your opening round?
Yeah, it wasn't the opening round until last Friday, and things were going really smoothly for the Mid-Wales stages, but unfortunately something meant that the financial uncertainties of some of the stuff that's going on in Wales at the moment meant that we needed to find a new first round. So the good news is that the brick and steel border counties, as I've now been introduced to it as, is going to step up to the plate, and we're thrilled that they're doing that. It's another trip to Scotland for us. And that's a really exciting one. The other exciting one for this year is obviously the trip to Ypres in Belgium, which is the first time we've taken a round outside the UK. The season's looking really good. The sponsorship, the new events, the interest that we've had, building on really what the boys did last year.
And then Wales Rally GB at the end of the year, the focus of the World Rally Championship for many people here in the UK to see the OGAs and the Elfins back.
Yeah, it was a big miss for the crowd, I think, to miss Elvin in 2016. We had a really good event. The weather was fantastic. We came a couple of weeks earlier. The sun was out in parts, maybe not in the middle of Sweetland where it continued to rain, but we had a fantastic 4 days. The crowds were good. The response was fantastic. We had a new title sponsor. And the other news we've got today is that our title sponsor from Rally GB, Day Insure, have renewed for another 2 years. So, again, what we're doing is we're building something, and it really feels, for me, and again, it's not about me, but everyone that's involved in British rallying at the moment. I know we've got some troubles in terms of the financial viability in the forest and stuff like that, but actually what feels really exciting is that people are talking positively about British rallying. People from around the world are looking at the BRC, but also the WRC. Wales Rally GB is now up there in the top 5 rallies, I think, around the world. So we're in a really good place. Rallying is strong. The talent coming through is strong. We saw it in the junior BRC last year. We saw it in the BRC in the top class last year. Because behind Elvin there was a hell of a battle going on with some brilliant drivers, and I think British rallying's in a really good place. We've still got some challenges, but I think the message is really positive.
Do you feel like these are the good old days with the step up to the 2017 cars? Do you think that it will get even more people back alongside the stages?
I certainly hope so. Yeah, I think that's what the formula's been created for. Certainly it's created a lot of interest so far. So yeah, I think why not? Yes.
Now, you've got a flight to catch. What time and where to go to Monte Carlo test?
I think we're leaving at about 11:30, and then we've got a connection, and we're going to end up in Lyon, and then a drive then down into Sisteron area before we test tomorrow. That's
Pretty cool. I'm just off to Sisteron to go testing a multi-million-pound car. That's pretty cool. Don't forget that, young man. Don't forget that at all. Elvin Evans, Daniel Barrett, Ben Taylor, thank you very much for being our first guests here at Autosport International for 2017, and Ben for giving us some great news for British rallying and for Wales GB come the end of the season. That's fantastic news. The good old days certainly are here in the British Championship and in the World Rally Championship for British drivers and for the British backing of the championship, with the strength of motorsport here in the UK as a whole through all disciplines. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We've got our next guest in just over 15 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show this morning. We'll speak to you soon. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here to the Autosport International Show for 2017. The motorsport season, in the UK at least, is certainly now underway as the Dakar Rally, the traditional international motorsport kicker-offer, is now coming into its last 3-4 days in Argentina. Will Sebastian Loeb come out as the winner of the Dakar? In the meantime, let's look forward to some other highlights in the motorsport season, particularly into Formula One. I'd like to invite on stage one of the directors now for the McLaren Formula One team, Zach Brown. Zach, good morning.
Morning.
Good to have you here at the Autosport International Show. Great to see you. You're the non-executive chairman of the Motorsport Network as well. The partners here of Autosport and motorsport.com. We're streaming live on the internet all around the world. United Autosports, McLaren. You're a busy man. Your secretary is flat out.
I've had to get two. Well, hey, I'm a motor racing guy, and I love motor racing. I've been coming to this show for probably about 20 of the 27 years. Always feels like the start of the racing season for me, seeing everyone that saw not too long ago at the Autosport Awards. So very happy to be here. I think this display here that Williams has put together is fantastic, and I'm looking forward to spending the day.
So there you were in the middle of summer last year. There was talk of you being involved in the management of Formula One, but you're at McLaren. You went to Abu Dhabi as the season closer, as in the McLaren uniform. How did that all work out for you? How did you end up at McLaren?
It was a tough decision. I'm very happy with my decision. At the end of the day, I've always been a massive McLaren fan, and so when the opportunity presented itself, I think the timing's good. Team's on its way back up. Lots of friends there. Two fantastic drivers. Obviously, one rookie, Stoffel Van Dorn, joining us this year, who had an excellent debut race last year, so we have high expectations for him. Just signed off on the car livery, so I think the fans are going to be excited to see what the new car looks like, both technically and visually.
When are we going to see the new livery?
We're working on the launch date now. It's going to be probably right before the Spain test, so late here in February. I don't think we've landed on a specific date yet, but we've shown it to the shop floor and the guys and girls at McLaren, and very excited for our future.
I read that the Honda engine is going to change a bit, be a little bit different. Is that going to happen for this year?
Yeah, they continue to innovate. They're making some great progress. I've now seen the aero reports actually came in yesterday, and that's looking good. And the power reports are looking good. Eric Boulier and John Cooper are spending a lot of time in Japan. So everyone's working really well together, pushing real hard, and I think we just need to make the same step forward that we made. Obviously, 2015 was a pretty painful year for the team. 2016 was a good step forward, but not still where you'd expect McLaren to be. So if we can make that same step from 15 to 16 to 16 to 17, then I think we'll be headed the right direction.
I will admit, I'm a bit of an Alonso fan. You know, Friday morning, first session, Silverstone, Maggots Beckett, he's flat. He's just on it. What's he like to work with?
He's a great racer, and he is obviously a two-time world champion. I think he could have been a 3, 4, 5-time world champion. Love to see him be a world champion in our car. If we give him the car, he'll do it. And he's great to work with. He just, as you said, he is on it from the minute he pulls out of pit lane. And I think that's the difference between him and some of the other racers is, you know, much like Senna, just every lap from the minute he came out of pit lane was absolute commitment. And that's how Fernando drives.
Certainly looking forward to that first race. The Japanese interaction with Woking, with McLaren, with the McLaren Technology Centre, there's always word and rumours of a clash of cultures and the difference of cultures. You know, I've spent a lot of time in motorbikes, and that's very Japanese-based. Is that true with the automotive side, with the engine side?
There's certainly no clash. There's a difference in culture, for sure, as I think there are from any region from around the world. But there's a great collaboration. We have people in Japan. There's people from Japan inside McLaren. So it is a true partnership. We work very closely and work on it together. So the relationship is very good. So any of those reports are wide of the mark.
That's good to hear. 2017. Really a new Formula One, isn't it? You know, wider cars, wider tyres. Is it going to be spectacular from what you've seen from the data from your engineers?
The cars are certainly going to be a lot faster. I hope the racing is better and closer. I think anytime you get a rule shakeup, that means there'll be some sort of surprise next year. Someone will get it more right than we maybe would have anticipated, and someone might get it more wrong than you would have anticipated. So I think we're in for an exciting season. I'm looking forward to Spain. That doesn't necessarily tell you everything you need to know, as we all end up being on different testing agendas. But I think it's going to be excellent. The cars are going to be very fast. The cars look great. So I think the visual cues of the car, they're definitely going to look meaner and back like these cars with wider and bigger wings.
Well, you've got a McLaren at United Autosports, haven't you? One of the Hakkinen ones, admittedly on the groove tires with the narrow track, but that's pretty cool to have in your garage.
Yeah, I took that out to Silverstone last year for the Silverstone Classic. And one of the things we need to do is get the fans closer to the cars, because I noticed, because people could get close to the Hakkinen car, and I had the whole, about 12 people from McLaren out to run the car, and we allowed them to get real close, and we had the floor off the car because of the procedure to keep the engine warm all day. So even though we did one 15-minute session, they were busy all day long, but a lot of startups, a lot of keeping everything warm, taking the car apart, and enabled the fans to get as close as you can here to these cars, and take them apart and let people see them. And people were 10, 20 deep just wanting to see the cars. So somehow we need to be able to bring Formula One closer to the fans again.
Are Liberty going to be open to those kind of suggestions, do you believe?
Yeah, 100%. I spent a lot of time with Liberty, big fans of theirs, and I think they're going to lead with what does the fan want. I think Formula One is a little guilty of what do we want. And we need to realize our audience are the fans, and if we get hundreds of millions of them and continue to feed them with the sport that we all love, then everything kind of starts to take care of itself. The sponsors, the tickets, the governments that want the races. So we need to have a real focus on the fans, and I have no doubt Liberty's going to do that.
Sure. Where Jenson Button, he's moved on, but still with McLaren. He's going to be doing some PR stuff, some automotive stuff. What might we see Jenson doing?
You'll see Jenson at a half a dozen races representing McLaren. So he is still very much on McLaren payroll. He's on the West Coast now. He's a great ambassador, a great guy. Great world champion, clearly a fan favorite, especially amongst the British community, and he's very popular in Japan. So we want him hanging around. I think that's one of the nice things about Grand Prix, is you see the Martin Brundles walking around and the Jenson Buttons and the Mika Hakkinens, and we want people to know when they come hang out with McLaren, they're going to see some pretty fascinating people hanging around.
So you've given him the right bars and restaurants to go to in Santa Monica, have you? You've
given
him heads up, have you?
I've given him a heads up. He's going to be in a lot of traffic.
And with Stoffel, Van Dorn, was that a pretty easy decision?
Yeah, he's going to be he is a future world champion, and I hope he is with McLaren. I think he's going to run Fernando very hard. They get along very well. He's great. He's at the factory often. He's texting me often. We're chatting, so you can tell he's keen and excited to be in a McLaren. So I think he's going to be a superstar. We have some interesting stuff that we're going to be doing with him commercially that we'll be announcing in short order. So people are going to get to know Stoffel a lot more than they do today.
Have you any input to the automotive side of McLaren, the road cars? We
have a great relationship that is under different ownership, some common shareholders. Mike Flewitt there is the chief executive, who is a good friend and good business acquaintance. I'm a McLaren road car owner as well. So it's a very close collaboration. We share the same brand. We're in the same facility. So while I'm responsible for racing and he's responsible for automotive, at the end of the day, there's a big collaboration amongst us.
Okay, that's good to know. Your time is short. There's not enough hours in the day. There's certainly not enough days in the week for Zach Brown, JMI, McLaren, and the Motorsport Network. You must not get much sleep at all.
No, I'm done with JMI now. I don't have any ongoing commitments there other than my love for them and the fact that they were my baby, and now they've gone off to college and they got to go do it themselves. But a couple of our sponsors at McLaren are JMI clients, and JMI brought to McLaren, so certainly we'll very much still be working closely with them. I'm on the board of Cosworth, so that's another responsibility that I have that is great. I'd like to see them maybe back in top-level motorsports here one of these days, and then also look after Lando Norris, who is definitely going to be a future world champion. Obviously won the award last year and has won about everything he's competed in. So that's kind of my portfolio of business and motorsport obligations, which keeps me very busy, but I love it. It's a passion. It doesn't feel like a job, so I don't mind how much work it takes.
We'll talk about United Autosports later. There's an announcement that you're going to be making with Richard Dean about United Autosports and the future this year for them. But you've got a lot of cars in your stable. As a fan of motorsport, what's your favourite car that Zach Brown has tucked away in his garage?
It's usually the car I last drove, because they're all very unique. I think if I had to pick one, it would either be my Mika McLaren MP416 or my Senna Lotus, because really Hakkinen and Senna were my two favorite drivers, and next on the list would be my Mansell FW11B that Nigel won the British Grand Prix in with the famous pass on PK, and been a big Williams fan. That's that kind of
there that day.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
I was there that day. Yeah, so the roof came off the grandstands.
Yeah, that was great. So that's kind of the Formula cars. But then I'm a big Le Mans fan. So 962, I've got the 935. So those are to me every bit as special. But just I've got the kind of the sports cars, the Indy cars, the Formula One cars. So I love them all. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid.
Absolutely. Okay, well, if we can touch briefly on Le Mans, United Autosports are going to be moving into Le Mans this year. But long-term with the WEC, long-term with the Le Mans 24-hour race, there's a bit of a question mark over LMP1 and the cost of it. We've seen the big manufacturers go from 3 cars to 2. Audi have pulled back. Ginetta are coming in 2018. BMW are coming in the GT class in 2018. Do you see there's opportunity for other manufacturers to really shake it about? Maybe the LMP1 class goes and it's LMP2. What are your thoughts about Le Mans?
Well, I'm a massive Le Mans fan for starters. I think it's, with Monaco and the Indy 500, it's one of the top 3 for sure, and we're very excited to be going back there. I think the GT class is awesome and very competitive and great manufacturers, as is LMP2. I think the LMP1 cars are spectacular. Unfortunately, there's just not enough of them right now. But I think the ACO and Gerard Neveu, who runs World Endurance, are very clever individuals, very good marketers. They're on it. So whether LMP1 gets reshaped, more manufacturers come in, I think certainly we'd all like to see a bigger grid. Maybe a scenario back to where the 962s and the 956s, where there were works teams, but that you could be a privateer and maybe on a good day give the factory team a run for its money. So I'd like to see some of that take place in P1, whether the Porsches and the Toyotas of the world want to sell customer cars. I don't know, but clearly P1 needs addressing. But short of that, I think the championship, the race, and everything else that's going on there is spectacular.
And as an American yourself, you're born in LA. How is Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship viewed stateside? Is it as big as we think it is?
Yeah, well, Le Mans certainly, I think you can go anywhere in the world and say Le Mans, and people don't think the city, they think the 24 hours of Le Mans. So I think its brand awareness is massive. Now, whether people know who won Le Mans last year and take that kind of level of awareness. So it's like the Indy 500. Everyone knows the Indy 500. They may not follow it, but they certainly are aware of it. And same with, Monte Carlo. You say Monte Carlo, people tend to think, the Grand Prix. So it's not as popular, certainly, in America as it is in Europe and even probably Asia. But it has good recognition, and the race in Austin is popular. And sports car in general, I think, is thriving. And so that's why one of the reasons I'm happy we're involved in it.
And the IMSA series is growing, seemingly, and American drivers won the GT AM class at Le Mans last year with Townsend Bill. So they'll be coming back as well. So we look forward to seeing them. What you going to be here tomorrow? You going to be here at the weekend, or just here today, Zach?
Nope, just here today. I'm here all day. I'm going to walk around. We've, as you know and mentioned, we've got some United Autosports activities going on here this early afternoon, and have some meetings. Want to walk the show. I love it. I usually end up in the model car store buying some amalgams somewhere, and coming back with big boxes on the train, and then I'm back at McLaren tomorrow, and then ultimately flying out to Italy for some business at the weekend.
Good. Zach Brown, ladies and gentlemen, a busy man, and as we heard a moment ago, a man who really has the fans' thoughts and at his heart with Formula One, and we look forward to see the progress of McLaren, Honda, Fernando Alonso, Stoffel Van Dorn into 2017 with a brand new formula in Formula One. Zach, thank you so very much for coming with us, and it's great to have a fan on board inside a boardroom. That's pretty cool. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers.
We will be back on stage in a few moments' time with our next guests. As I said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you if you're watching on autosport.com, wherever you may be watching around the globe. We've got the live streaming, and we've got these fantastic array of Williams Formula One cars. Clay Regazzoni's Williams that won the first Grand Prix for Williams at Silverstone. The Mansell number 5 Williams from the early 90s. And then we've got Jacques Villeneuve's car, and then we've probably got the Montoya car, similar to the one that set the pole position at Monza back in, 2001. There is a fantastic Williams Grand Prix engineering display that we've got here at the Autosport International Show. Tickets, I believe, have sold out. There's only a handful of tickets left if they haven't. Those tickets, the contribution then goes towards a charity here at the Autosport International Show. And for those of you who are interested in subscribing to Autosport magazine, we have a mega deal going on the stand over there on the right-hand side, with a huge 60% plus discount on the subscription, together with some gifts as well if you sign up to subscribe to Autosport magazine. That's it for a moment. We'll be back here on the live stage very soon. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here once more to the Autosport International Show for 2017. More and more people coming through the door. I think the weather forecast has fortunately meant that the snow is staying away, at least for the time being, or maybe it'll appear by the time we finish the day's proceedings and get back to the car park. But it's great to see the focus of international motorsport upon the Autosport International Show here for the 4 days at the National Exhibition Centre on the outskirts of Birmingham here in the UK. We've had some announcements already today. The future of rallying is just over there on the M Sports stand. Elfyn Evans and the Sebastian Ogier Ford car is being launched just as we speak. And we've got some other announcements as well with the future of circuit racing, of rallying as well here today. But let's have a quick glimpse back to the past of motorsport. A man who won the British Touring Car Championship, a man who won in America, and a man who drove so many different cars at Le Mans. John Fitzpatrick. John, good morning. Morning. Come and have a seat. Come and have a seat on our brand new stand that we've got here.
That's my good ear.
Oh, really? Oh, well, that's good to see. That's good to hear. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've seen your cars, I've read about you, but it's a pleasure to have you here at Autosport International. You were a British Touring Car winner back in 1966, a while ago now, but it was the springboard for an international career that must have been the most amazing amount of fun.
It was. I mean, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I've driven all over the world, most tracks in the world. I've driven probably 30 different types of cars, made some fabulous friendships, had a reasonable amount of success, and never hurt myself, which is probably the main thing.
Never at all?
I had a couple of shunts and a bit of a knock, but I never really hurt myself, no.
So was the Nürburgring, was the Nordschleife that frightening to you then, or is it a modern thing because we're going a bit quicker, or was the Beloff accident a tipping point? Was the Lauda accident a tipping point? What was it like in a touring car in those days?
Well, I think the Nürburgring was probably my favourite circuit. I did over 80 races at the Nürburgring, so I know it like the back of my hand, and I've taught it to quite a lot of people. But you didn't think about the accidents. You know, when you're sitting behind the wheel and you're trying to get the best out of the car and remembering, you know, what's around that next corner, you don't think about the accidents. And in fact, I drove on the original Nürburgring before Jackie got hold of it and made it safe, which he did. I mean, Jackie Stewart did a fantastic job and saved many, many lives there.
You know, you ended up driving for Schnitzer in the early days, in the early 70s with the BMW. Were they as efficient then as they then went to be in the DTM?
Well, they are. I mean, obviously things move on, but the German teams are fabulous. I drove for the Kramers for quite a few years. I drove for the Schnitzers for a few years. And then I drove for Ford Cologne. And they were all typically German, very, very efficient, did a great job, and enthusiasts. The Schnitzer brothers were absolutely fantastic. You know, Joseph, who tragically died in that road accident, he was a great driver as well. But they were so enthusiastic, as were the Kramer brothers, and great rivalry between the teams.
The CSL picture of Stuckey jumping, leaping over one of the crests on the Nordschleife, was it like that?
No, it was
or every lap at the Flugplatz and the Platzgarten and things like that?
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 places on the track where when you were really pressing on, you left the ground. And you talk about the CSL. In fact, I always say that the CSL was probably the nicest race car I ever drove. It did everything well. It was they were always beautifully prepared, handled well, plenty of power, and brought me a fair amount of success.
The big Spa circuit, did you manage to drive that?
Yeah, I did many races at Spa, now that I always thought of that as a dangerous circuit and did think about it. I never did think that the Nürburgring was a dangerous circuit, but Spa was a dangerous circuit, particularly that I did many 24-hour races there, and of course in the dark, you know, no guardrails. It was a very dangerous circuit, and one was always happy to be driving home on Sunday evening after racing at Spa.
And certainly your headlights were nothing like the headlights that we have nowadays.
No, absolutely not. It was all from memory, really.
Really, like driving in the fog, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But who were the fun teammates? You know, Dieter Quester, he must have been a bit of a laugh.
Dieter was great fun, always joking, Handstuck, great fun. I would say the fastest driver, the best guy I ever drove with, the fastest driver in a Porsche ever was Rolf Stommelen. And Rolf was tragically killed in one of my cars at Riverside. And that was probably the worst day of my life. But Rolf was fabulous. Ludwig was terrific, Bob Wallach was terrific, but if I wanted to pick somebody to drive with, it was always Rolf.
Everybody always knows Tom Walkinshaw as a team manager with the Jaguars, with the Silk Cut Jaguars, but you shared with him as well. Was he quick?
Tom was very quick. He was very good at setting up the car. He was excellent. And as we all know, he was a great organizer, business-wise, race-wise, and it was a pleasure to drive. It was a pleasure to drive with him, not for him.
Was he bullish as behind the wheel as he was as a team manager? The sort of stern, gruff nature that he had, or was he a team player when he was driving?
No, he was a team player, but very serious. I mean, very serious, not too much joking about, but very serious, got on with the job. Did a great job on the track, and as I say, with setup, very, very good.
Then, once you'd put your helmet into the spare room at home, you became the team manager. The office was then the focus for you as a team owner in the World Endurance Championship. You had the Porsches, the 956, the 962, the J. David sponsorship, the Skull Bandit sponsorship. How did the Skull Bandit sponsorship come about? One of the iconic liveries from the 80s.
Well, I have Guy Edwards to thank for that. I mean, Guy was probably the best sponsorship finder ever in motor racing, and he brought some fantastic sponsors into the sport. He personally liked driving sports cars, and he just came to me. In fact, he turned up in my office in San Diego when I had my base in San Diego. He just turned up out of the blue. He said, "John, I've got a deal for Le Mans next year to run 2 cars. I want to drive." He said, "I want you to drive," and whatever. He said, "That's how much it is." And I looked at it. It was a great deal, and we did it. And that turned into a long-term sponsorship.
Your time at Le Mans, driving at Le Mans in those latter years as a driver with those Porsches, were they eye-openers? Were they hair-raising? The quicker and quicker you went down the Mulsanne, 3-mile long straight, pre-chicane?
Yeah, well, I was lucky to drive the 956 there before the chicanes, and we were doing 235, 240 miles an hour down the chicane and down the straight, and of course with the slipstreaming you went faster and faster and faster, and there was a really amusing incident at the start of the 83 race, I think it was. Mario Andretti and his son were driving for Kramer. I was driving my own team car. And I did the start, Mario did the start, and I was probably on the second row. And going down the Mulsanne on the first straight, there were probably 10 956s all together, and all slipstreaming each other. And just before we got to the kink, we must have been doing 240 miles an hour. Just before we got to the kink, Mario came, he got the toe off about 4 cars, and he came screaming down the inside of 3 or 4 of us, had no chance of getting round the kink, went straight onto the dirt sideways, but he threw up all these stones over all the cars, and 4 of us had our windscreen smashed. So Mario was not very popular. We all had to come in, get windscreen repairs, but it was with several cars like that, you just went faster and faster and faster.
Was it, I remember Derek Warwick saying, the front starts to float. Was that the case with the 956 in that first year?
No, I don't think it was. I never had any, there were never any problems about, was he going to fly off the road? It was terrific. The ground effects were fabulous. It was the first real ground effects car that I'd driven, and it was sensational. It certainly, when I first drove the car at, I think it was at Riverside, we tested it, and I could hardly hold my head up straight when I got out of the car. I had to really work on my neck muscles, and most of the drivers found that as well. And of course, the ground effects just gathered speed. Yeah.
Ramped
Yeah.
up indeed. You're happy that, you know, you're a bit older now, but you're happy that you're not doing any historic racing, or are you?
Yeah, I am happy I'm not doing historic. I really enjoyed historic racing because I got to drive a lot of cars that were before my era. I mean, you don't get to drive or race a 250 GTO Ferrari every day of the week, and so that was the great thing. And going down to Goodwood and Silverstone, doing all the historic races, meeting old friends who I used to drive, it was great. But then about 4 or 5 years ago, I thought, I don't know why, but I just thought I'd had enough, and it was all getting a bit hectic, rushing around, driving different cars. So I just go there, I enjoy it, I see my friends, and just remember.
And tell us about this book that you've got. You've put it all into writing. It's all there to be read about.
Yeah, I wrote every word myself. It took me 12 months. And the main reason I did it, to be absolutely honest with you, is I've got 2 boys who they're in their early 30s now, and one of them doesn't even have a driving license. The other's not even interested. And I thought, I'm going to get this down on paper, because in 10 years' time they're going to look at it and they're going to say, well, my dad wasn't such an old fart as I thought he was. And that's the main reason I did it. But I really enjoyed it. And Michael Kaiser published it. Michael's publisher in the States. He used to race as well. He did a great job on it. And I'm really pleased. And I'm really surprised how well it's done. I mean, it really has. We've done a reprint on it, and I've been promoting it the last 2 or 3 months. I'm actually on the Porsche Club stand for 4 days. Signing books and hopefully selling books and signing books, and it's been great fun.
And what was its title again?
It's called Fitz, My Life at the Wheel.
Perfect. Does what it says on the tin. Well, I need to go and get a copy, because that's pretty cool, because the photographs will be something else. I just know it. John Fitzpatrick, it's a pleasure to have you here at Autosport. It's a pleasure to hear some little nuggets about your racing past, from winning the British Touring Car Championship, winning at IMSA in America, driving at Le Mans, being a team manager in an era that really was a golden age.
Thank you, Toby. Enjoyed
Thank you very
it.
much
Thank you.
indeed. Thank you very much. John will be, as he says, on the Porsche GB Club, the Porsche Club stand throughout the weekend. In the meantime, we look forward to our next guest, who will be, I think, in just over half an hour's time here on the main stage. So enjoy the show, and if you're watching live on autosport.com, wherever you are around the world, we'll be back in about half an hour. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here to the Autosport International Show for 2017. Cars being launched, new liveries been unveiled, and new colour schemes for drivers with their team kit as well. But as we look forward to the 2017 season, one of the highlights with new rules is Formula One. And to talk about the tyres is Paul Hembry, the boss of Pirelli Motorsport, the supplier for Formula One tyres. Good morning, Paul.
Hi.
Welcome here to Autosport International. Thank you for joining us. Formula One and tyres is a big talking point for 2017, isn't it? It's all bigger and it's all more grip and it's a hark back to the 90s. Is it going to be that cool?
Well, I think so. I mean, you're looking over there, as you say, to hark back to the 90s. And from what we've seen, the look of the car next year with the wider tyres is going to be very dramatically different. And I think it looks aggressive. It looks, I think, what people expect a Formula One to look like.
What kind of percentage more grip are you going to be able to give the cars, the drivers, with the bigger rubber underneath them?
Well, you know, you've got a 25% increase in the width of the tyre. So you're going to say at least 25% because we've also changed a lot of the technology in the tyre itself. The objective we had as a package between ourselves and the car was a 5-second a lap improvement compared to Barcelona in 2015. You saw last year maybe a 2.5 second improvement already. So I think we're going to get very close to that very early on. And I think the drivers are going to have quite a tough time. Their neck muscles are going to have to be well prepared for next season.
Everyone talks about mechanical grip rather than aerodynamic grip, and the mechanical grip will it be more when they're following a car because there's just 25% more rubber? Do you think that they'll be able to get a bit closer and then have a chance to overtake?
Well, one of the issues is what we call the wake, you know, the disturbance of the air coming over a car when you're following it. If you have that, it ruins your aerodynamics, so then you start losing grip. That's been one of the issues. And the package of aero that's coming for this season is intended to reduce, if you like, that impact. The tyres themselves, we've made them so there's less thermal overheating of the surface. And the idea of that is that you'll be able to push harder if you're trying to overtake somebody. So between the two, the intention is, or the idea has been, that should be sufficient to give us stronger overtaking.
And I read that the simulation about Barcelona circuit de Catalunya, they're going to be, 20 mile an hour quicker through turn 3. So for the Silverstones of this world, it's going to be 25 mile an hour quicker through some corners as well. It's going to translate to all circuits, is what I'm saying.
Well, Silverstone is one in particular I think everyone can't wait to see. I think for the drivers, that's going to be some experience. They're going to be flat out in a great number of corners. Certainly when they've told us how it's been on the simulators, it's going to be quite exciting, I think, is the way they describe it. Some would say, I'm not sure where we're going to overtake if we're flat out in so many corners. But you know, the actual performance levels themselves are so substantial that I think you'll certainly sort the men from the boys.
Mansell won the championship. He was nearly 40 years old or so. You know, we got the younger generation of drivers nowadays. Things have changed very quickly since the early 90s. Are these drivers going to be pretty worn out and tired and not so sprightly when they get out of the car, do you think, at the end of a race?
Well, you know, I mean, the preparation of drivers today, which probably changed during the Schumacher era. I think Michael was someone who changed the way drivers prepared. You know, from a British point of view, you see Jensen when in the past when he's been doing his triathlons, you know, running marathons in, 2 hours 40. I mean, incredible times for someone who, you know, as a driver. So I think the preparation levels of drivers today is such that physically they will be up to the job. I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I think it's such a change. You know, 5 seconds is going from GP2 to Formula One. So it is for them going to be a substantial change, and that in itself will give them another challenge. We'll start beating, we would feel, lap records that have stood since 2003 when, you know, we had refueling and everything was quite open and free. So we will be going back and beating some records with cars that actually weigh, 180 kilos more than those days. So, you know, the performance is substantial, and the cornering, you know, 1G more in corners. You know, these are big numbers, really, really big numbers.
Yes, it's a heavier car, but there's a lot more torque going through those rear tyres, the driven axle. That's what, you know, when you see Martin Brundle do his bits for Sky Sports, the torque is everything. How has that how difficult was that to make a tyre that could cope with that amount of torque?
Well, we're lucky that the teams also work on reducing wheel spin. You know, they also would work on maps so that the car is having a... I mean, I remember when we went to the first tests with the new powertrain, there was a lot of wheel spin, a lot of sliding, and over time that was engineered out. So we envisage that that's going to continue. And with the wider tyre, as I say, we've changed the technology involved, so we feel that the overheating aspects will be such that less degradation, probably fewer tyre changes. That wasn't the brief. The first time around, we were asked to basically not go quicker in corners, create thermal degradation, and create a challenge. Now we've almost moved in the opposite direction, where it's less thermal degradation, more stability. So the problem we've got is we've been testing with cars that are 5 seconds slower than what we're actually going to see in a few weeks' time in Barcelona. And that, for the compounding aspects, is a bit of a challenge for us, because it's a very small window that we're working with. And if the numbers aren't what we've been told they're going to be, then we might have been a little bit too conservative. So that's the big test. Will the numbers we've seen all match up? Will the reality be close to the actual cars that we're going to actually have on the track? And I think the challenge then is, will all the cars be similar? How far apart will they be from one car to the other? And with rule changes, you obviously get somebody who tends to get a little bit ahead of another. At the moment, of course, none of the teams know where they are relative to the others. We really won't know as well in Barcelona where they are, because that's a period when they won't want to show their hand, really. There'll be a lot of people trying to hide their true performance levels, or maybe wondering what they need to do because they can't get close to some of the teams that are maybe sandbagging. It's really not even Australia. Australia can throw up a few strange results. I think it'd be more when we get to China and Bahrain in particular before we see the true performance of these cars.
So they did some testing at Abu Dhabi after the season end. What testing have you got lined up for the wet tyres? Because they're completely different as well. What's your plan for that?
Well, you can imagine wet tyres, we're going wider, and that's really not a direction you want to go in when you're trying to do wet tyre performance. We're working actually on an ongoing development during the season, which is something we're allowed to do this time around. Before, we weren't able to test at all. In the last 3 years, I think we had 3 days testing. Now we have up to 25 car days testing in a season. So we have a program to change the wet tyres during the season. We want to improve the warm-up characteristics, so we're going to have standing starts, for example. So the tyres are going to be cold, so we have to move, like we do in GP2, where you don't have blankets, and try and get a product that warms up a lot quicker. So that's ongoing, and those tests will be February and March. We're already doing some of those, trying to get one of the hybrid cars that we used during the last months of last year. So we're trying to convince one of the teams to get that out of the museum and allow us to do a little bit more work.
Who might you have driving?
There's a lot of drivers.
Okay.
Drivers aren't the
Drivers
problem.
are
Well, unless you're obviously Mercedes at the moment, but no.
You're a busy man. You've got a lot of tyres going to a Grand Prix, but it's not the only thing that Pirelli are doing. Two wheels, off-road. It's non-stop in your office.
Yeah, often people say to me, Formula One season ends, I go, well, what are you going to do with your time off? And I think this year we'll be involved in about 300 championships around the world in different categories, 54 countries, getting close to 1 million tyres between car and motorcycle. There's about 1,000 people involved. So Formula One is obviously the most visible aspect of our motorsport, but it's one of 300.
And all the tyres are made in the same place for two-wheel, four-wheel? How's the spread of Pirelli across the globe?
There's quite a spread around the world of that. We've got 4 factories around the world making motorsport tyres, and they all have their own specialisation.
But the focus of the Formula One project is in Italy?
No, the design is in Italy. The production, we have a production location in Izmit in Turkey and Slatina in Romania. So we have 2 high-tech manufacturing facilities for motorsport tyres.
Well, it's all there for you. What do you do for a weekend off? You're a busy man with all these championships. Do you go and watch a motorsport race, or are you into football or fishing? Or
well, I'm not sure that I go and watch many motorsport races anymore. I mean, it depends. I mean, I'm very much like my classic cars. So if there is a classic car show, maybe I'll go and do that. I like football. My team's Bristol City, and most people know me for that, and the sufferance I've probably had over the last 40, 50 years of following the team. But yeah, I will. In fact, on Saturday I will be at Ashton Gate to watch the derby match between Cardiff and Bristol City. So yeah, football is my time off, and of course repairing your house. I mean, I spend probably, I don't know, 300 nights in hotels a year, traveling between Milan and around the world. So the time to get home is, you go home, pay the bills, and sort out all the problems you've got at home.
Well, you're going to be looking forward to Australia for the season opener, a brand new season of Formula One. Will there be an element of nervousness that something quirky, as you said, might happen in Australia? Late day race, bit of rain, maybe a bit cold in that autumnal evening. Freak results.
I wouldn't say nervousness. I mean, it's part of the situation that the cars are changing so dramatically. There might be a few surprises. There may be somebody that's invented or come up with an idea that nobody else has come up with, and that might create some problems for us. Or maybe the other way around, that maybe some teams are struggling to match the performance of other teams, and then trying to get the product working in two very different scenarios is a big challenge for the teams. But ultimately it comes back to us, because we've got to try and make a product that works for the majority of teams. But when you're talking about 25-30% increases in aero download compared to last year, we have to engineer for the 25-30%. So if you're only getting half of that, you can imagine that you're going to have trouble to get the product working well. So that's going to be the big challenge for everybody.
Well, we certainly look forward to 2017 and Formula One. We've got some of these great cars around us with big tyres, with big grip, and we all watched those years, and let's hope that 2017 is the kick-off of a yet another golden era in Formula One. Paul Hembry, thank you so very much for being here
Thank you very much.
at the Autosport International Show. As we now look forward to the rest of our guests coming to join us here on the stage of the Autosport International Show at the NEC. Our next guest will be in a few minutes' time. Thank you very much in the meantime. Enjoy the show. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here to the Autosport International live stage. 2017 motorsport season officially now underway once Zach Brown cut the tape to open this show at 9:30 this morning. Now, a lot of you know that the Autosport show is about four wheels. It's about off-road, action, circuit racing, and the like. But we're going to touch on two wheels in the next 15 minutes or so. Autosport.com, as you know, covers MotoGP. Big season ahead for MotoGP. Rider changes and a fresh start for a couple of people. But what about the female side of two wheels, and what about the Dare to Be Different campaign that we've heard so much about? Ladies and gentlemen, Maria Costello is here this morning. Maria, good morning. Great to see you.
Good to see
Come
you
and
too.
join me over here. Maria
Thank you.
Costello, for those of you who don't know, former TT lap record holder, and somebody who's getting quicker and quicker around the Northwest as well.
Yes, I had an immense year last year, so female lap record at the Northwest 200, which isn't bad because it's so fast there.
And it's always wet.
Do you know, I think we were super lucky with the weather. That's what played a part. So, yeah, really great season. Best ever finish at the TT last year.
Well
and
done.
Classic TT podium with John McGuinness, who's one of my heroes and a legend. So, yeah, great year.
Well, he's a hero of everybody. He came to the Autosport Awards dinner at the Grosvenor at the beginning of December last year, and I swear he got the biggest round of applause from 1,200 people in the room.
And he should. So deserved, yeah. 23 times TT winner. That's impressive.
And you've got some trophies at home. I mean, they sit on the side, and the Spirit of Mercury. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yes. So I've got silver TT replicas, bronze. Silver classic TT replicas and bronze TT replicas. And yeah, the wonderful thing about motorcycle racing is that I get to compete on equal terms with the guys, and that's what's important to me.
So, 37.73 miles of the Isle of Man TT circuit. It's a regular question. How do you learn it?
It's a bit like anything. If you really enjoy doing something, it's easier to learn. I'm not saying it's an easy place to learn. It took at least a week when I very first went there, and I spent every evening talking to Eddie Roberts of Pirelli tyres about a lap, so I could tell him a lap, tell him exactly what corner was coming next, one after the other. And then it's a constant refresh every year I go back. And they have made changes to the course, and you've just got to go and respect it. So I think that's why you never stop learning.
Does anybody go absolutely flat out, or they're obviously just holding back? How do you approach it?
So I've been racing for 20 years, and I've seen a definite change. And I think they all used to say, oh, we're sort of riding 10 tenths, but not anymore. The likes of William Dunlop is scraping his elbow. That's how committed he is to going around the corners. And the lap speeds, 134 nearly miles per hour per average is just staggering. So I'm not super close to that, but I'm planning on beating my own personal best there this year.
You're the quickest motorcycle racer in this room. Trust me. And it's a big room because there's about 4 halls. So trust me. And then you did the TT Classic. That is enormous. It's exploded over the last couple of years, hasn't it?
It's fantastic. I think it's a real boom area in motorcycling, classic bikes, all that heritage, and because the Isle of Man has all that wonderful history and heritage, and I love being part of it for that as well. But I get to ride some amazing classic motorcycles there, including this beautiful pattern, which is privately owned by a couple in Switzerland. They bring it to the Isle of Man, and I get to race it.
So it was a 500 V4, was it?
Yeah, the V-twin. Yeah.
V-twin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I actually got to race it in Australia at the beginning of the year last year, and I think that played a part. We were very lucky it flew out to the event that happens at Eastern Creek there, and I think that did play a part because when I did my first laps at the Classic this year, I did match my PB, so I was like, okay, this feels good.
So what is your fastest speed around the Isle of Man on anything?
On anything, 116 miles per hour average.
116 mile an hour average, and you're topping out at 185 over the
At
mountain?
least, yeah.
190 mile an hour over the mountain?
And, you've got places like Solby Strait, which just become an absolute blur. So, yeah. there's moments of madness.
I take my hat off to you. That's quite something else, quite something else. Fair play, fair play. Now then, looking forward to 2017, away from putting the leathers on, putting the crash helmet on, you're part of the Dare to be Different campaign, promoting women within motorsports of all walks of motorsport, and you're pioneering the two-wheel side of things?
Yes, I'm really excited to be part of something that Susie Wolf has instigated, and it's a wonderful initiative. And I was part of some of the events that happened last year, where there's 100 schoolgirls at the event, and they get introduced to my motorcycle and to motorcycle racing, and the fact that they're having their eyes open to all the various different, elements in motorsport that they can be involved in, get jobs in, have careers in. I'm loving being part of that. It's just so exciting. All of those schoolgirls sat on my motorbike, and I didn't get shown the fact that women could race in motorcycles until I was 19 years old. So I came into the sport late. So it's really important that we show that this is an option for them.
So are you promoting the sort of smaller kids to get on mini motos, or throughout the range?
It's absolutely everything. I think it's just the fact of saying, hey, did you know you could actually work on a motorcycle as a mechanic, or be the press officer for a motorcycle racing team, or race the motorcycle. So yes, we talked about Cool Fab Racing. They have this wonderful class for youngsters on mini bikes and pit bikes from very young age. But yeah, or you can come into it later, as I did.
What got you into motorcycle racing?
Well, it was a boy. And friends of the family, I quite fancied their son. He had a motorbike, took me to some motorcycle shops. Ultimately, I fell in love with a motorbike, and then soon after started racing, which happened by accident, literally. I got knocked off, I got a compensation check, and I bought a race bike.
Well, there you go. There you go. Where there's a claim, there's a career. That's certainly what happened to you. Focus for 2017, again back to the Northwest?
Yes, back to real road racing. That's really where my heart lies, on two wheels. So I'll be doing all the big internationals, Northwest, TT, Ulster Grand Prix, maybe some of the nationals, which are really great fun. And then maybe something on three wheels, which is still being finalised, but I had a go at racing a sidecar at the end of last year. Driving, of course, have to be in control.
In control.
And loved it. So there's some hopefully a big announcement coming soon.
Oh, on the roads?
Well, maybe I won't be able to start on the roads because there's only limited races for sidecars on the roads now, but for the future, for sure.
Oh. So Chris Walker's made the step over. I had a ride with Steve Webster around Donington, borrowed
Very
somebody's
cool.
leathers, and I sat in the chair with a stroker. Two-stroke, that was 97, 98 or something or other.
What was that like?
That was pretty cool. I remember we came up the hill to McLean's to turn right, and I sort of had my arm over the rear wheel in the grab handle, and I thought, I'll just release my grip to get a better grip. And just as I released my grip to get a better grip, he turned right, and I nearly went out the back.
I'm absolutely fascinated by the fact that you have to have two people to enable this machine to get round a circuit, and the way that you have to work together. And I think they're incredible sidecar passengers. I think it's a crazy, because nothing's holding them on. At least I'm sat in something or sat on something. So, but for them, they're
quite something.
Yeah.
Well, you'll stay off the chair and you'll stay in control of the two wheels, or hopefully three, if you say that there's something up your sleeve. What's your next project? What's your next date with Dare to be Different campaign?
Yes, so we're just updating the website now. We have actually got a stand here in Hall 6, so you can go along there and find out what's happening this season. And as soon as we've got the dates in place, we'll be announcing them.
We'll look forward to that. Maria Costello, quite something. 116 mile an hour lap around the Isle of Man TT. Ladies lap record holder, just set it last year around the Northwest in Northern Ireland, and soon going to be doing maybe some sidecar stuff as well as the classic TT. I think she deserves a round of applause for the speed that she's got around the Isle of Man. Thank you very much indeed, Maria.
Thank you.
We've been streamed live around the world on autosport.com and also motorsport.com, so a few more people have heard about your success, your speed, and the Dare to Be Different campaign for the ladies working in motorsport. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here to the Autosport International Show for 2017. A whole raft of new regulations in Formula One is obviously coming to the fore. The first Grand Prix in Australia will see just exactly how these wider, better tired cars are going to pan out throughout the season. But it's a focus of Formula One when we turn the television on a Friday, a Saturday and a Sunday to see these Formula One cars around circuits all over the globe. But there's an awful lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. Some 500, 650 people may be working for a Formula One Grand Prix team. There are old hands, there are wise owls working in Formula One teams. But we need the next generation of engineers. We need new engineers coming forward with new ideas. Look what happened with Braun and their double diffuser in 2009. An engineer came up with an idea that maybe other people hadn't thought of, who maybe had a bit more experience. And Infiniti, in partnership with Renault Sport, are doing just that. And they're in their 4th year of the Infiniti Engineering Academy program. And to tell us more about that, from Infiniti is Tommaso Volpe and also Cyril Abiteboul from Renault Sport. Tommaso and Cyril, if you'd like to come and join us on the stage, that's great to see you. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here at Autosport International. Don't have a crash at the first corner. Don't have a crash at the first corner. Tommaso, from Infiniti's point of view, the Infiniti Engineering Academy, what are you trying to do to bring these new engineers, these students forward into a bigger engineering world?
Well, welcome. Well, the Infiniti Engineering Academy is an exciting project. It's a global search for young talented engineering students from everywhere in the world. So our main goal is to bring diversity and new talents and exactly diversity to Formula One, to Renault Sport Formula One team, but to Formula One in general, because we select engineers from 7 different regions, Mexico, US, Canada, Middle East, Europe, China, and Asia Pacific. And this is the only structured recruitment project that brings every year 7 engineers to Formula One coming from these different regions.
And when you have your winners, where are they going to be working?
This is another element of unicity of the project. Once we select these 7 engineers, these engineers will be placed for 6 months at the Infiniti Technical Center here in Cranfield and 6 months at the Renault Sport Formula One team in Enston. So there is, again, no other project where engineering students can have at the same time experience in automotive and Formula One. And we can do it because of the strengths of the Renault-Nissan Alliance, where we can give to these students an experience in automotive and motorsport, staying in the same corporation.
So within 1 year, they're working in both companies, both venues, Cranfield and Enstone. Is Enstone taking some engineering work from Cranfield? Is Cranfield helping out? Is technically with hybrid, for example?
Well, this is a good question. The technical collaboration between Infiniti and Renault Sport Formula One team is based actually on 2 areas. One, as you said, is the co-development of the hybrid technology. But this we do it with hybrid expert engineers that have been moved from our hybrid department in Japan to Viry in France, where the power unit is developed. The Infiniti Engineering Academy is actually an area where we investigate for new areas for technical collaboration, more focused on the chassis. And so aerodynamics, electronics, vehicle dynamics, because this is what we do at Infiniti Technical Center in Cranfield, and this is obviously one of the things that Renault Sport Formula One team does in Enston. So the students work for 6 months in one facility and 6 months in the other one, and definitely this is a perfect occasion for us to explore how Cranfield can support Enston and vice versa, how we as Infiniti can take advantage of the huge experience that Enston has on the chassis side.
And Cyril, once they arrive at Renault Sport Formula One, they're just part of the workforce? You put them in a special place? How do you approach it with your winning engineers?
They're good to go. No, I mean, it's people that we're recruiting, and we are in the process of a large recruitment. You know that this is now the second year of our new journey in Formula One back as a team. We are massively recruiting. We recruited something like 100 people at the end in the course of last year. So it's a great opportunity to have this program to support in the in the search of new talents. So clearly, I mean, if they are in this program, it means that they are the best of the best, and they are given the opportunity to stay with us at the end. So it's another way to sort of pick up the happy few that will be with us. So clearly, if they have the capacity to stay, it means that they are good to go. They are part of the workforce. They will be looked after like we look after all the people joining us. Renault is really committed into this program on the long term. That's why we really care in particular for the young generation of engineers who can join us either through this program or directly through the door of Enstone. And we are in the process of putting together a number of programs to gain the loyalty of the young engineer, of the new graduates coming to join us, because you know that there is a very fierce competition between the different teams to get the best talents. And one of the things that is very often happening is that you get young people coming out from school, you train them, you educate them, they increase their productivity level, and then they go to the next teams, which is offering better conditions. So one of the things that we are doing also from an HR perspective, from a contract, from a payroll perspective, is to offer a very clear career path to anyone who's joining the team, either through that program or directly.
There's almost a little bit of pressure on Renault Sport from the engine department. You know, they came up with pneumatic valves, the turbocharger in the late 70s. Is that, you've obviously got a lot of history in Renault Sport in Formula One, but is there a little bit of pressure with the groundbreaking technological steps that you made, such with pneumatic valves? Is that pressure still on you?
Well, pressure is on anyone who's into Formula One, because the pressure is here every single weekend when you go out for qualifying of our race. Clearly, we have disappointed with the new generation of engine, with the new power unit when they were introduced in 2014. It's not in Renault DNA to disappoint either the fan or the other customer teams, and obviously Red Bull was very vocal about it. So in 2015 it was about to reset. We start from a clean sheet of paper. We change a lot the management structure and the processes in Viry-Châtillon, in the French engine workshop. I think we've been a bit too complacent about what we were doing, also based on the success that we had with Red Bull, with the V8 and all the titles that we obtained. Not looking at this big, new regulation change on power unit. So now we have really the appetite to demonstrate the capacity and to be true to what we've been doing in the history and the sort of innovation that you were talking about. So how are we doing that? Well, first, before being capable of innovating, I think it's important that we complete the catch-up to Mercedes, which we hope to be able to achieve at the start of 2018. So it's not something for this year. But what we've done, more importantly, and that's the first time that we are doing that in Formula One, is that we've put together a very clear long-term roadmap of the innovation that we want to bring in Formula One, and more specifically in the power unit, and that's something that will support us in this quest for championship by 2020. And obviously Infinity is key into that, because they are supporting in the energy recovery system, and the second generation will be the one that we start using this year.
I have to ask the question. There's obviously some news that came out of Renault Sport Formula One yesterday. Everything's okay? The ship is not rocking too much?
Absolutely not. You see, I'm steady.
It's a steady ship. There's a good answer. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite on stage some of the winners from the last 3 years on the Infinity Engineering Academy. Will Priest, if you'd like to come and join us on stage, together with Dan Sanham and Caitlin Bunce. Good morning. If you'd like to come over on the right-hand side, good morning. Good morning, Caitlin. Good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Perfect, shining examples of the Infinity Engineering Academy. Caitlin, if I can start with you. You won the awards, you were part of the academy, you were a winning engineering student. That was a great day to hear the news, but a greater day to go and work with Infinity and Renault, surely.
Oh, absolutely. It's been such an incredible experience. It was only last summer at the US Regional Final that I was chosen as the 2016 US winner of the Infinity Engineering Academy. But since then, it's been such a whirlwind of excitement and experiences.
What's been the highlight? What's been a high point of, wow, that's technology, I'm working on it?
Well, definitely the fact that as soon as you arrive at the company, it's not a little summer internship. You're working on real product development. So it's been really, really exciting to really dive into the Infiniti brand. And the other opportunity, which is to work with these other students who are the other winners of the Academy globally, and to work on these projects with them. So it allows you to work on a diverse technical project in addition to being in a diverse aspect culturally.
Will, if, again, what was your high point once you walked through the door and you were, as Caitlin said, not having a summer intern and working for 50 quid a week? This is real stuff. What was your high point?
A few years ago now, because I was one of the originals back in 2014. But it really was hit the ground running. From the moment I started in the Formula One team, and it was hit the ground running. Here's a project. It's going on the car in 2 weeks, and that's kind of the expectation that from both sides, whether you're working the automotive side or the Formula One side, you're expected to perform from the word go. Obviously with support, but you're there to do a job. And the springboard from 2014, what have you done from that winning day? So springboard after that, so after completing the academy for 1 year, I went over to the road car side of things. So what I do at the moment is work for the Infiniti Technical Centre. Currently working on some autonomous drive projects. So very different from my original composite design. Any Nürburgring hybrid work at all that you've done? I've been round it. And that's as much as we're doing at the moment. Ooh, secret squirrel. Interesting. Dan, you were the winner in which year?
I won the 2015 year. I won the European final.
So you've done your season, as it were, your 6 months with both brands. What's been a highlight for you?
I mean, to be honest, there's so many highlights in terms of work and outside of work, like attending races. So there isn't really one, to be honest with you. I guess the main one is that I got a contract from Renault F1 to go and work there after I complete my studies.
Well, there you are. There's a perfect shining example. What's Cyril like as a boss for Renault Sport F1 then?
I was only there for 6 months, so I didn't see too much of him.
It's a good way not to answer.
But I'm looking forward to working with them from July onwards.
And your specialist area within engineering, what is it now honing down to?
I'm interested in electronics. That's what I'm studying towards. So my projects, when I come, are likely to be in gathering data initially, in terms of generating sensors to take a lot of input from the cars to the vehicles that are on the track.
Will, what's your specialist?
Specialist at the moment is in intelligent mobility. So a lot of looking at new cars and how we can adapt them for assistance systems.
And it's not far away, is it? People have been frightened about autonomous driving in West Coast America, but it's getting closer to the rest of the world, isn't it?
It's getting closer, yeah. I think a lot of people are talking about it and obviously putting it out there, but I think it'll be a long time before legislation catches up with it. And infrastructure.
It will. We had a man on the moon in '69. Anything's possible. Caitlin, what's your specialist area within the engineering of Renault and Infiniti?
Definitely vehicle dynamics and lap time simulation. So I'm currently based at the Infiniti Technical Center in Cranfield in the ride and handling department. And when I move to the Renault Sport side in April-May time, I will be working in the vehicle performance group.
Super. Tommaso, how can people become part of the Infiniti Engineering Academy? How do they apply?
Well, they need to apply on the website academy.infiniti.com. They can register already right now from today. Then the recruitment process will start in 2 months' time. And what is interesting is that from all the CVs and the applications we receive, we screen down to 10 finalists per region. And then we will have final events in every single region from which we recruit the winners. And the events are 2 days events where they go through different kind of testing, not just technical, but also team building testing, one-to-one interviews, and even importantly, a test with media involved. Because we want them to be ambassadors of the program, and as you can see, they are all very clever and very good. So it's important for us to have a complete group of skills, not just technical skills, because when you have 10 finalists out of more than 1,000 per region, obviously you have very good engineering students, but you really want to have the ones with something more to join the Infiniti and Renault Sport Formula One teams.
Well, I think it's fantastic. I really do. We're all interested in engineering, whether or not we realize it or not, but for Infinity and Renault Sport to get together and give an opportunity to these guys here and people that you have yet to discover who may well be the next Adrian Newey, the next Patrick Heads. It's just fantastic, and you should be applauded. Thank you so very much for being here today. We look forward to seeing the ideas from your future students, your future Academy winners with Infinity and Renault. Thank you so very much for joining us here on the Autosport International stage for 2017. Thank you so very much for hearing about Infinity and the partnership with Renault Sport. Enjoy the rest of your day here at the Autosport International show, and thank you for joining us. If you're watching us on the live stream on autosport.com and on motorsport.com, wherever you are around the world, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to Autosport International. For those of you here at the National Exhibition Centre, Happy New Year. And for those of you watching on the live stream, wherever you are around the world on autosport.com, Happy New Year to you as well. One of the massive growth areas in motorsports over the last few years has been the World Endurance Championship, the European Le Mans Championship, Le Mans itself. And to talk about the future, what they've got in store for United Autosports, Zach Brown and Richard Dean, if you'd like to come and join me on the main stage here. The two pioneers of United Autosports. Good morning again, Zach, and good morning, Richard. Thank you for coming to join me here on the main stage. It's been quite some ride with United Autosports. You started when, 2009?
I think 10 was our
10
first
was your
season.
first year,
We
and you just keep winning things, don't you?
Yeah, so far so good, but that's all credit to Richard and the team. I'm able to just show up and enjoy their hard work, and it's been we've had a great 6-7 years. Won lots of races, lots of championships. Had lots of great drivers, both up and coming, and some of the legends we all know of.
But you were a businessman, you were running your own business. What made you start United Autosports? What was it? What happened?
Richard and I have been best mates for forever. I actually wouldn't be here and living in England if it wasn't for Richard's support in the early days, and we are both diehard racers, and Richard was someone that I thought should have been in Formula One, so I always admired how he went racing and then ultimately running racing teams, and I think we're like-minded in how we wanted to go racing, and so ultimately I decided to start a team, and haven't had much regret other than checking the bank account every once in a while.
It wasn't all that Cadbury sponsorship that he had, was it?
Yeah, and it wasn't any sponsorship that he had.
Okay then. All right then. Okay, Richard, welcome to the stage here, and a successful 2016, one could say, debut in the European Le Mans Championship, and you came out victorious. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
It was very, very cool, and I'd like to say we knew all along it was going to be that dominant, but every team goes into a season with high hopes, and we were no different going into the first round at Silverstone, but to finish first and second at the first round of the European Le Mans really sort of set the season, set the tone for us, and then we won the next two rounds. 3 consecutive wins there was beyond even our high hopes. So to clinch the championship with a round to go was phenomenal, and it's really springboard for everything that we're doing with LMP2 and with our Ligier agency. LMP3 has just exploded on the global scene, and we're glad we're at the forefront of it.
But we're here today to talk about LMP2. By virtue of being victorious in the 2016 ELMS Championship, you've got a slot on the grid for Le Mans next year in LMP2, and that's another big step to take, but it's in capable hands. It's in safe hands with you.
The team is we've put together, and it's the hard work of all of the teams, the people behind it. You're only as good as the guys that you've got, and we've got people that have got Le Mans experience. So while it's new for United Autosports, it's not new for a lot of the people in the team. And I've competed there as well at Le Mans on a few occasions, and winning the championship got us that guaranteed entry. And Zach and I sort of looked at each other at the end of October when we got that slot, and here we are. We're only 2 months down the line from that date where we sort of said, shall we, shan't we? And well, we're both, as Zach said, we're both racers, and how do you ever turn down the opportunity to go to the Le Mans 24 Hours in LMP2 in a year where the LMP1 numbers are reduced, and we've both sort of been saying an LMP2 car could actually finish on the overall podium.
Totally could do that. As Greg LeMond said in the Tour de France, if he has a bad day and I have a good day, I could win it, and that's what he did. So your drivers, who have you got lined up to drive for you at Le Mans next year in LMP2 for United Autosports? Zach Brown, tell us about that.
We've got 2 drivers signed that we're going to bring out here in a moment to not only do Le Mans, but the entire European Le Mans Championship, which we're very excited about. Will Owen from my hometown, and Hugo de Stadler, both 2 very young drivers, very fast, great guys. I think they're going to do exceptionally well, and I think we're going to bring them out here to meet everyone.
Will Owen and Hugo de Sadler will be driving for United Autosports at the Le Mans 24-hour race on the 17th of 18th of June next year in the LMP2 class with United Autosports. They'll be doing the full season of the European Le Mans series as well, so a lot of seat time in store for you guys. What an opportunity, Will. What an opportunity. Stop grinning, because it's a hell of an opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, man, I'm so excited, honestly. I decided to make the move to sports cars at the end of last year, and there was so much stuff to get together, so many different ways to go, but once we started looking at ELMS and then got as we knew right away that was the best option, and I'm so excited to do Le Mans. That's going to be crazy, and all the races are important, but that one's really special, and we get to go to so many great tracks, too, for the whole series.
But you're not shy of great tracks. You've raced at Indianapolis, the Super Speedway, 2.5 miles flat in Pro Mazda. But can you feel the history and the pressure from Le Mans as well, coming over here to Europe?
Yeah, well, there's so much history at Le Mans, for sure, so I'm so excited to be a part of it. But Europe in general is so different. The tracks are different. Everything's going to be a lot different than the U.S., so there's going to be a lot to learn and a lot of stuff to experience, but you can't beat Monza and Silverstone and Le Mans and Spa. There's too many to list, so many great tracks.
Hugo, your Formula Renault experience, and now you're in an LMP2 car, the gym, I hope.
Yeah, of course. So I've been training a lot in the mountains recently. In Switzerland, where I'm trying to get incredible piece. I'm thrilled to be driving for United Autosport. It's really great.
Well, we look forward to seeing you. When are these guys going to be in the car testing, Richard? When's your first slot? Overalls on?
Yeah, not far away now. We're already we've got all our test dates booked for the year. We're in Portimao, which is one of the rounds on the championship. It happens to be the last round on the championship, but we got Portimao booked February 10, 11, 12, a 3-day test. So yeah, not long to go now. The car's on our stand when we leave here. We're going to unveil that, and first time people are going to get to see that, and actually the first time that Will and Hugo are going to get to see it as well.
So it's an absolute world debut here, ladies and gentlemen, and some big news for the European Le Mans Championship and indeed Le Mans itself. Zach, where are we at with the third driver? Can you squeeze in? Can you get in?
Yeah, no, I can't, actually. I tried. That's the problem. I need Ligier to make bigger cars for me.
You thought about it,
but they make great. Well, I tried to get in the car. No, actually, Richard leaves a little bit of the story out, how this has all come together. When I didn't read the rule book, because I don't read that well, and I thought we got an entry to Le Mans. So we go sit down with Ligier, and of course we're going to go to Le Mans after we've won the championship. And so we shake hands with Ligier, who's been a fantastic partner. I go walk in to talk to Gerard and Pierre Fillon from ACO and WEC, saying, we're going to Le Mans. And they went, fantastic, so happy to have you on board for the season. And I went, no. And he went, you can do Le Mans, but you got to do the whole season. And I went, right. So I went back and told Richard, who kind of went, yeah, details. So there he is. You remember that meeting? Yeah, that's a true story. And so to make a long story short, we didn't make the decision till then. And we want a very fast, very experienced driver alongside Hugo and Will. Alex Brundle, who drove for us last year, did an outstanding job, was absolutely dominant in the car, never made a mistake, and then went on and did unbelievable. So we're trying to get the economics to try and someone like that's the economics of the sport that we give Hugo and Will, a teammate there.
On LMP3. You are bringing the LMP3 Ligiers into the UK, and you've already sold your first chassis to the Gettys.
Well, we actually started selling. Jacques Nicolet, who owns Ligier, I believe, is coming up on the stage soon. We did the deal to be UK agents for Ligier LMP3 cars in April. So since then, we've actually sold 14 cars. But the new championship is announced, you're correct. The British LMP3 championship has been announced. We unveiled Geddy as the first absolute full committed car into that series, and since then there's been a whole plethora of people that are momentum into that series. There's the Douglas Motorsport car on the promoter stand here, Butte Motorsport. You know, we got our car on the Pirelli stand. Speedworks of the British Touring Car team have announced a car today. It's really gathering momentum. It's quite exciting to be able to see these cars in the UK racing around a national series.
As we all agree, Le Mans is on a crest of a wave. It's a cool place to be. The sun goes down, the sun comes up. You're going to sneak a little drive in the car at one of the tests, maybe, Richard? See what it's like?
Well, I actually had a go in one in Abu Dhabi in December when we were doing a 12-hour race on a test day. I did a few laps, but I was too far off the pace for it to be comfortable. I definitely need too much time in a car now. We haven't got the time, so I think I know my place now. When I look to my right at the age of these guys coming through who are ready to go to Le Mans, and they were definitely ready, and the age of them, I think I've realised that I need to be going out the back door somewhere.
Have you started learning the circuit at Le Mans? Have you started looking at the videos?
Yeah, for sure. I went to the race last year for the first time and followed it super closely. And yeah, it's going to be crazy, especially with the new Ligier. We're supposed to be going so fast down the back straight, over 200 miles an hour maybe. So that's going to be great. And I don't know, every part of it is crazy. So many great corners. So yeah, we'll see.
It's a big circuit to learn. You started learning the circuit at Le Mans. What's your knowledge of the Circuit de la Sarthe at the moment?
I think I've been playing it on simulators for a couple of years now. And well, since I'm a boy, I go to Le Mans Classique. And I see the history of Le Mans, and it's really exceptional to be a part of it this year.
Okay, well, Jacques Nicolet is the man from Onroque. If Jacques is here, Jacques, if you'd like to come forward. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
You've done your deal with United Autosports. You know Le Mans. These guys are coming to Le Mans. A perfect partnership.
Yes, yes. And this first year between United and Ligier show that we have a big success this year on the track and in working together to introduce the Ligier brand in the UK, and I am very happy to have found to have met Zach and Wishan to do that, because I think, and you can see the stand we have and produced by United, and for me it's the best partnership we can have.
New regulations for LMP2 this year, one of 4 chassis that you are in the WEC in Le Mans. What technical steps have you made with the chassis this year over the previous chassis last year before?
For sure, we take the benefit of what all we have learned before with the GSP2. And this year we have 100 horsepower more than last year. So it's a big step for the car, but also for the driver. And so we have tried to do the same we have done with the GSP2, is to have a car fast and also easy to drive, because as you know, in LMP2 category you have to integrate a silver driver, and we can our experience shows that the race, for sure you need to have a driver very fast, but often the race is won by the silver.
With the knowledge. Well, gentlemen, it's been great to announce fantastic news with United Autosports going to Le Mans, and what an opportunity for you guys, and we await with bated breath to see who the third driver is, and hopefully those negotiations will go positively with you, Zach, and another driver. In the meantime, the car will be unveiled in 15 minutes' time. 15 minutes' time, just the other side of where the Williams garage is. I went over there to look this morning. It's undercover, and I will certainly be popping back to see the LMP2 Ligier Honor United Autosports partnership for the European Le Mans Series and the Le Mans 24-hour in the middle of June. Well, another announcement that's been made here at Autosport International for 2017. I'm a personal fan of Le Mans, and if you're not, you need to be, because it's going to be an opportunity, as you said earlier, for maybe an LMP2 car to really snap at the heels of some of the LMP1 cars come the flag at 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, June the 18th. Thank you very much, guys. Again, United Autosports goes further and forward and further up the motorsports ladder. Exciting times ahead. Thank you very much. Welcome once more, everybody, here to the live stage at Autosport International. We've already had some announcements looking forward into 2017 and beyond, indeed, of worldwide motorsport names. We've had rally drivers, WRC news, LMP2 news, Le Mans news already here today. But we've also touched on Formula One and the brand new regulations that are coming forth in 2017. And a man who we all listen to when there's a Grand Prix on and gives us an insight from a different perspective than most is Martin Brundle. And he's here today so that he can give us some of that insight. Martin, welcome here to the main stage. Come and join me on the right-hand side. Have you wintered well?
Well, we're still doing it, aren't we? I think the snow's coming. Yes, it's been good. I don't know, the F1 season finishes so late now, and then by the time you've done the awards dinners and not that that's exactly a chore, and Christmas comes up, suddenly the year's gone, but pleased to be into January and starting to look forward to the new Formula One cars being launched and some testing, and before we know it, we'll be on a plane to Melbourne.
I caught up with Giorgio Piola in early December, and there's just one line that stood out. It will be a big, big revolution, Formula One in 2017. He's a man who knows technicalities of Formula One inside out, back to front. Do you agree with him?
It's certainly going to be different. The cars are going to be brutal. They're going to look more elegant, but I think for the drivers, they're going to be much tougher to drive, which is a good thing. In theory, I think we've gone the wrong way in terms of making the racing better, but let's wait and see how it turns out in practice. And when you hear sort of stories like, some corners will be reclassified as straights. But then, I remember driving the Red Bull when it had the blown diffuser, and that thing didn't move in a lot of corners either, and it was easy full throttle. So I think with the amount of power and torque the current cars have got, they don't sound very good, but I've driven the Mercedes, the Force India, the Ferrari now. They are amazing engines to drive, seamless, unbelievable, endless amount of power, even though they sound rubbish. But put that into a car with a lot more downforce and then much bigger tyre, 25% bigger tyres, the whole thing's 11% wider. It's going to be a monster to drive. Whether it makes better racing or not, we'll find out.
So there you were in your Benetton days in the early 90s. You got out of the car, you'd been bashed about a bit. You think that might happen to the drivers?
I do, and I remember some corners, because we didn't have power steering back in those days. For example, in Barcelona and Estoril, that were limited by if you could keep turning the steering wheel. The last corner in Barcelona would be a good example of that back then when there were two fast corners at the end. So they were physical, and and that's why Michael Schumacher turned up and moved the game on, because he could drive those cars. We were coming from an era of, look after your tyres, your gearbox, your dog rings, your drive shafts, your brakes, look after everything, and get to the end of an endurance Grand Prix. Michael turned up at a time when the cars were getting much stronger and more physical to drive in some respects, and he could drive every corner of every lap flat out, and we all had to raise our game too.
So is it going to be a bit scare electric, do you think? I mean, stories about turn 3 at Barcelona, the long right, 20 mile an hour quicker, more downforce, more throttle, 70% throttle around Barcelona than 50%. Might it be a bit scare electric, if I can call it that?
Well,
Follow the leader.
I hope not.
So do
because the braking distances will be shorter too. More grip means less mistakes by the driver, less the car moving around less, and they might be braking 4 or 5 meters later, which means you've got less opportunity to overtake. The key thing, Toby, is can they follow each other? If you can go flat out through turn 3 and you've got enough downforce to follow the car in front, then you can have a chance into the braking zone. So that will be the absolute litmus test of how it works this year. I'm told that the Pirellis are degrading a lot less, which many of you might cheer and go, yeah, thankfully we don't want to just hear about tyres, some magical thing that we can't understand. They all look black and round to us. How good are the drivers? That's what we want to talk about. Get that, but sometimes a bit of variety in a race with tyres that are made of chewing gum and falling apart and drivers having to come in early actually has added, I was talking to Crofty about it in the week, does give us something to talk about. If the tyres are bulletproof, and the car, you line the fastest car up at the front and the slowest car at the back, and overtaking's difficult, then where's the excitement going to be coming from? But I think we have to put all that to one side and wait and see what the cars look like, how they go, what the drivers think. If they're excited, we're excited, and how the tyres perform. And maybe it will just be super fast Sky Electric racing, but with some close action and hopefully overtaking. Genuine overtakes, not DRS overtakes.
We all watched the last race in Abu Dhabi last year. Nico came out as the winner of the World Championship, and a week later, it wasn't for him. Was that a surprise to you as it was to everybody else?
Yeah, of course. You could have knocked me over with a feather. I didn't believe Alex, my boy, sent me a text, and I thought he was joking, or I thought, it can't be April the 1st. It's a little bit dark and cold outside. Well, it's always dark and cold here, isn't it, I suppose? But yes, I couldn't believe it. I just still don't understand it. No, I don't. I don't. I admire that Nico had the courage of his conviction to say, this is the high point. This is where I'm going to, I want to jump off now because I've achieved everything I want to achieve. And I think it's a bold decision, a brave decision from him in that respect. But where's the passion? Where's the commitment? Why not come and show the world again next year in this amazing car, amazing team that most of us would have given anything for, just for one season to drive in our careers? And if you do get to the peak, enjoy the view and enjoy the glorious, jubilant descent. Don't take the lift down and the first emergency exit. Was my thought. I don't get it, but then I still love to race now. So full respect to him. He's got a lucky family. He's decided at 31 years old that's what he wants to do, and you can't question that because it's his decision about him. But that doesn't mean to say I've got to understand it or agree with it.
But Permin Zurbriggen stopped skiing at the pinnacle, and Casey Stoner walked away from MotoGP. Motor racing drivers, as you yourself, complex and very different animals, and maybe some people have only got one championship in them, whereas others have 7 or 8.
It's great. You're absolutely right, and good luck to him. But you asked me how I felt about it. I was shocked.
I had a tweet that I put out a few weeks ago, and I said, "Come on, Bernie, put Alonso in the Mercedes." Would Bernie have done that in the old days? Putting Mansell in a Williams Renault in '94 and buying somebody out of a contract, and is that not so relevant nowadays?
I think the teams have become much bigger, and it's much more complicated than that with long-term contracts, contract recognition board, and it's not Frank and Ron and Ken and Bernie, and with Bernie as the circus master going, you owe me a few mil, sort this out. I want the best driver in the best car, whatever. I think it's a much bigger business than that now, and I don't think Bernie's in a position, and as he said in an interview I did with him, he gets a lot of credit for stuff where he had nothing to do with it at all, or he just got lucky. Although, of course, we do know. I think there's other challenges now, so I don't think Bernie can get on the phone and say, put him there, him there, and him there. But I'm sure he will be voicing his opinion, and he knows he really would love, up against Lewis Hamilton, in a top, and it has left Mercedes in a very difficult position, and it might actually affect them for a couple of seasons. But where it really gets exciting is at the end of this season, when so many top drivers are out of contract.
Lewis enjoys a fight. He likes being in a corner. He won the last 4 Grand Prix of last year. He likes fighting and the psychological little games that he played in those last 4 Grand Prix, in and out of the car. He's going to miss not having Rosberg, or if Bottas gets the drive, is Bottas going to be as quick? What's your opinion on a potential of Bottas?
Well, they're all quick, and we know Valtteri Bottas has got the speed, but it's a different story than when you turn up in a car where winning races and winning the World Championship is expected, not a wish, not a maybe, not a lucky day. And there's nowhere to run and hide. The spotlight is ever stronger. I think Valtteri's got the mental capacity and the speed to handle that. Lewis is kind of bring it on, isn't he? Send me whoever you like. I think I'll be faster than them. But I think he'd be a bit edgy if it was Fernando Alonso or Sebastian Vettel.
It'd be great for us, though.
It would. That's the sort of fight, and we love We love all of that, don't we? If you think about the last 3 seasons with this Mercedes dominance, we've talked about Hamilton versus Rosberg, and we talked about Pirellis that degrade quickly and that sort of thing, and these new cars. We haven't got that, but then, you know what? Something always comes along. It could well be Verstappen versus Ricciardo is the pressure point where there's friction, there's tension. Whoever gets in the Mercedes, don't write Ferrari off either. So there's, you know what? When I first started in commentary 20 years ago, I thought, what am I going to say? We're going to run out of things to say. There's never, however much time you've got on television, we've got our own channel on Sky, for goodness sake, 14 hours live a weekend. There's always something you have to leave out of the show because you can't fit it in. There's always something to talk about.
Member of the BRDC as yourself, word coming out from Silverstone that financially it's not on a even keel at the moment. Might Liberty be able to help out? Is that the word that you're hearing for the British Grand Prix in the future?
I don't think Liberty are going to turn up and start handing money out to circuits, teams, or anybody else. They're a business that will want to make a turn on what they've spent on buying the rights, assuming the deal goes through, which I think it will. I think they'll come at it and try and find new ways of making money in Formula One. And I know Mr. Ecclestone will raise his eyebrows and go, well, good luck with that, because I think I've done some good deals. But I think they will come up some other revenue streams, as they're called. Whether they're in a position, if there's a few Grand Prix struggling, the problem the Grand Prix have is, for example, I'm not being indiscreet because I haven't seen the contract, but I believe there's a 5% escalator in that contract, and that's a very famous favourite trick of Bernie's, is to put an escalator in. Now, you can't get 5% more people in Silverstone every year. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't think you want to pay 5% more to go every year either, do you? So it's bumped up against an inevitable... Those deals will inevitably go wrong because it's just way ahead of inflation and you just can't find the money. So I think Silverstone and other circuits have found themselves in that position. Formula One's got enough money coming in for us to have hugely successful races, 18 or 20 of them, and every team should make a profit, and cars should only be driven by the fastest kids and not the richest kids. So there's some rich kids in it, and they're fast as well. And I think if you make it to Formula One, you've won a lot of races in something, you're a great racing driver. I've never seen a totally rubbish Formula One driver. You've got to clear a lot of bars and get through a lot of fine filters to be there. So I'm not criticising anybody on that, but there's enough money comes into the system for everybody and for fans to turn up at a fair ticket price. But somehow it's all got skewed, and we're spending too much money running the cars. That's the long and the short of it.
As Manor know. As
many teams know.
As you say about the speed of Formula One drivers, I say that nobody's slow, they're just less quick.
Yes.
They're just less quick. Nobody is slow. I sense that Vettel might be a bit of a time bomb at Ferrari. He's getting frustrated, obviously, with what's going on there. He's a 4-time world champion. He's bold enough, big enough, mature enough at his age to do a Rosberg or just march out and do a Schumacher and go to a lesser team. What do you think?
Well, he jumped from Red Bull in a hurry, didn't he, and surprised a lot of people. I think the problem for Sebastian is that year 2 at Ferrari was not as good as year 1. And I think he had some frustration. And then to rub salt in his wounds, the Red Bull started to come on song again, didn't it? And then the next thing is he's following a Red Bull. Kimi Raikkonen found a sweet spot in the way he set the car up, and the car came to him, and suddenly he was following Kimi as well. And it was all going off the rails and getting nowhere near. And he was falling away from Mercedes rather than going towards them. So I think you might be right, too. If they put the Ferrari on track at the tests and it's still not right up the front, he could be getting frustrated. I saw a story this morning, I think I was talking about 2018. I happened to catch on Twitter a story about Vettel going to Mercedes, but I can't see that happening. But I think it turned out to be it was a headline that had a little 2018 at the bottom of it. Okay, interesting.
Sad that Jensen's moved on?
I am sad because Jensen's a lovely bloke and he's a good driver. He's great for TV. He's great for Formula One. He's great for British Motorsport, for Silverstone. Everything about Jensen works as far as I'm concerned. But, he's had a fantastic innings in Formula One. Yeah, he didn't win a lot of stuff later on, but he went out. In a way, I think he missed his farewell. He had the farewell that Felipe Massa had, but it looks like Massa might come back. Jensen didn't, because of this sabbatical concept, Jensen didn't get the big farewell that I think he deserved if it was his last Grand Prix. Mark Webber had that, and then had another one in sports car racing, and it's lovely to see. If you can get yourself in that position. We did it with DC when we knew DC was stopping. You know, middle of the year it was clear he was stopping. So then it became a Mario Andretti style farewell tour, and it's lovely. And you know, there was a bagpiper piped DC into the Red Bull for his last race in Brazil, and it was lovely. Unfortunately, got taken out in the first corner, but there you go.
No more Ron Dennis. Zach Brown, Jonathan Neal, can they do it? Can they take McLaren Honda back?
Well, Ron's done an amazing job, hasn't he, over the decades, creating what he's done, the businesses, the team. He is a very creative man. He's a very clever man. He can sometimes be a little bit tough to be around, and he's ended up falling out with some important people in his organisation, which wasn't ideal, I would say. But again, the team hasn't won a lot for a long time now. It needs to move. Something needed to change. Whether it was Ron or not, we'll find out shortly. But I think the team needed some new energy, some new openness, some more down to earth. If I'm honest, a more down to earth, practical approach. You know, the mantra of McLaren and of all the teams I drove for in my career and in Formula One, McLaren's the team I have the warmest feeling towards. And on the face of it, from outside looking in, it can look a bit grey and a little bit cold, but it's not at all, not in the slightest. There's a lot of key people still there, but it had this mantra, we exist to win. Well, then they're not existing soon because they're not winning, so they have to come back. And I think some new energy, new direction, and some new openness won't go amiss there. And I hope that Ron then is able to be part of that and enjoy that as El Presidente, as the man who achieved so much there. But you know, frustrations, egos, they all get in the way, don't they? With men, with all of us.
Well, it's soap opera for blokes, isn't it? In a certain degree. As you say, you've been commentating on the television on Formula One for 20 years now. I remember I bumped into you at the paddock at Monza in '99, and you said, yeah, I'm enjoying it. Now I've stopped in my head being a motor racing driver. I'll never forget that. But what are the best races that you've done? What have you been your highlight races as a commentator on Formula One? Which are the ones that stood out for you?
Oh, so many. I love it. I didn't want to do commentary in the first place. In fact, I was at the show here in 1997 when I found out I was no longer a Jordan driver, when I thought I was driving for Jordan. So I went kicking and screaming into the commentary box. And I was in Melbourne, 97, standing alongside the great Murray Walker. And they were, you know, the lights are coming on and they were about to start the race. And I'm like, I panicked because I'm like, no, you can't start. I'm not ready. I'm not there. I'm not on the grid. I really didn't want to do commentary. But as it turns out, my motor racing career was a fact-finding mission for my television career. And I've been very lucky to have 2 careers in Formula One. So I'm not complaining at all. And I really love it now. I enjoy it. I look forward to going to the race. I'm as motivated. This is year 34 for me coming up in Formula One, and I'm as motivated and as excited as ever. Great races to commentate on. Oh, there have been so many, haven't there? So many bizarre events, last-minute surprises. I'm thinking Suzuka 2005, where we had the stormy weekend where Alonso and Schumacher was it. I've had a few hits on the head, so I don't remember these things very well.
Montreal 11, Jensen.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Brawn year.
2008, Lewis's drive at Silverstone in the rain stands out in my mind as one of those exceptional things. Obviously, Verstappen in Brazil, although we have to remember there was one man he wasn't going to beat that day, and it was Lewis Hamilton, because Hamilton was out front minding his own business. So many great races, so many surprises, so many last-minute, gasps. Yeah, there's been some boring ones as well, but sometimes you watch football and it's 0-0. and nothing happened. You know, not every sports event is a 5-4 last-minute thriller, and that's the same for Formula One. But we do get some exciting times, some incidents, some shocks, some on and off the track. It's quite an extreme business, and you meet a lot of extreme people in Formula One, all working out of the same 400 meters of concrete.
Wherever you are in the world.
Exactly.
You've driven 3 of the current hybrid Formula One cars, the Force India, the Ferrari, the Mercedes, if I remember well. You're sitting at your desk, you get an email, you're in a car next week. Look, he's grinning. He's grinning. Is that what happens?
I'm trying to get him one now, yeah. Now I ring them up. I send an email to Ferrari, you know, can I drive your car? Like, yeah, come on then.
Is that how it happens?
I'll bring my TV cameras. You have to have some TV cameras with you. Yeah, well, it's great for me. I mean, every time I drive, I'm 57, every time I drive an F1 car, I think, this is ridiculous. Can't believe they put me in this again. I drove Lewis's car, didn't I, last year? I drove the Ferrari this year and the Force India. It's magic, and it keeps me up to speed and of all the latest controls. And then I find the teams invite me into the factory. They trust that I'm not going to give away any secrets. They don't tell me a lot of things as well, but the next thing is I'm getting a 1.5 hour briefing on the steering wheel, or I'm on the simulator or whatever. I just love it. I love the access, and I think the teams like that you're going to go along with some enthusiasm, and you can compare it with how it was in an 84 Tyrrell or a 92 Benetton or a 2015 Mercedes. And of course I find the cars incredible. Most of my career in Formula One was to stop the car from crashing. You literally, your job for the afternoon was to stop it from crashing.
And you only had 2 buttons on the wheel.
Yeah, a drink and a radio. That was later on. We didn't have anything in the beginning. And now the cars are just supreme. And you get out. I drove, it happened to me the last 2 I've driven, and they because you get a little beep in your ear when you got to shift up. So within half a lap, gear shifting is completely second nature. I get mental overload as I go out of the pits because there's so much going on. I'm in a strange car and I'm always mic'd up, camera. I've got 20 laps, can't waste a lap, and my P-brain goes into overdrive and meltdown eventually. But you get out of the car and they say, turning, braking, traction, power, lag, brake, gearbox. Gearbox, yeah. I must have used it. The gearboxes are so good. They're too good that you don't even think about it. You get a little beep in your end, like beep, 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 and you pull a few going into the corner, and then you try one more. In the Mercedes, it was pouring rain. I was going down the straight at Silverstone, and it really scared me. I thought if I keep with my foot on the throttle, I will take off.
Go to Stowe School.
Because it was just because with the battery filling in all the missing spaces, the power delivery is just extraordinary. The trouble is for us, it just looks and sounds rubbish.
Well, we shall see. So you've still got the driving bug. You were at Le Mans. You put your LMP3 car on pole position. What was the quote that I remember reading that evening? I got the delta time at the Mulsanne corner and thought, I'm a bit behind here. I'm going to put my finger out, and you put it on pole. Look, he's grinning again.
Yeah.
That was a good little day in Martin Brundle's world last year, wasn't it? On pole again.
Well, it was because I had a heart operation 12 days earlier. I had a small heart attack running to do the podium in Monaco.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. And
don't do that on us.
No, and I ended up with a 23 mil stent in my left arterial descending, I believe. LAD it's called. And so I didn't think I could do the race. And the guy said to me, the cardio guy said, yeah, you can do the race. Just don't forget your blood thinners. And I'm like, great. So I rang Zach and Richard and said, yeah, I can do that. I went to Palmer Sport, did 75 laps in a car, and I thought, I can do this. I had bruises coming out of my chest. But I thought, I love Le Mans. I'm not going to miss this. And I sat in the press conference, and there was a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old sitting alongside me. I thought, that's not bad for an old geezer in 57. We finished second in the race, which was unfortunate, and not first. But, to drive a prototype car out of the pit lane at somewhere like Le Mans is extraordinary. And I'll do it again this year if I get half a chance. Because why not? Why not have a go? And just that feeling, inside the car, looking out of the sort of letterbox of your visor like this, so your whole world gets super compressed and, the adrenaline starts going, and then you just home in on the apexes, and you feel the acceleration, you feel the grip, get a bit sweaty, get a bit scared, and it's just fantastic. I miss that feeling so much, which is great. I talked to other drivers about it, like DC. Were like, Martin, grow up. You are no longer a racing driver, and Damon and others, but. Some of us just can't wait, and I know Rubens Barrichello's the same. Can't wait to get in a car, and I think it just depends how you're hardwired in that respect. So I'm a racing driver who does television. I don't see myself as a television person.
So we've had the Andrettis in the car at Le Mans. We've had the two Bells in the Harrods McLaren at Le Mans. Two Brundles.
Well, I did
doable.
I did that in 2012 with Al in
yes,
LMP2.
in the LMP2, yeah.
Yeah. So. Alex has turned into a winning machine in sports car racing. He's just in the form of his life, and he's only 26. Alex is really taking off. So racing with his dad's not high on his agenda at the moment.
In the commentary box with David Croft on Sky Sports F1, we see a quick glimpse through the television of what it's like in the box, but there's a bit of fun before the races that we don't see, that we don't hear. There's a good little bit of laughing about. I know I used to have a laugh, and is that what it's like with you and Crofty?
Absolutely. Love working with Crofty and all the team on Sky. It took me a long time to take the decision to leave BBC and go to Sky. Sky demonstrated to me they were totally committed to the future of covering Formula One, and they've stood by that, and in fact they've grown it much bigger than I ever thought they would. I didn't think BBC were committed, and that proved to be the case. So that was a smart move for me, and I love having the scope of so much live television. Live television gets my juices flowing, gets my adrenaline flowing. It gives me about a third of the excitement I used to have when I was racing, and that's just close to the buzz. I'm road a lot. 2021 Grand Prix is 9 months on the road, basically. It's the dynamics have changed because not only is it 5 or 6 more races than we used to have, they're all long haul. There's a lot less European ones. If you look at the last 7 of the year, we're just flip-flopping across the world. So it's pretty hard, and it's hard for the families and back home. But I will not pretend for 1 second that I'm not a very lucky person covering Formula One from behind a microphone, because we are very lucky people.
Lance Stroll going into Formula One. He's got it. Williams thinks so. What do you think?
I don't know. He's won some races. You know what? For me, it's very simple. And I will give him the benefit of the doubt. As you will any young driver coming through, I don't care what their background is, how do they perform when they get in the car? Can they handle it mentally? Can they get the speed out of the car? The stopwatch and the points table never lie. So we'll see how he does, and good luck to him. I hope he makes it. Very clear to us. We'll stand with Formula. It's the same for anybody.
It's a hard question. New point. I'll rephrase it. If he is going to McLaren, do you have a soft spot for?
Needs Williams, if that's where he's going. Formula can't turn up, and they talk about low-hanging fruit and early wins, but there's a lot of clever people at Williams already, so they've got what they've got, and you're now talking of hundreds of people. I mean, knocking on 900 people now at Red Bull and Mercedes for the car alone. Forget the engine. So, one person can't walk in on day one and go, what you need to do is this, that, and that, and this light goes on. And everybody goes like, oh, I can't believe we hadn't already thought of that. So it's a much bigger flywheel than that, and a lot more people involved.
Thank you very much for joining us, Martin. It's been a pleasure catching up with you, and some insight into Formula One, both past, present, and the future. Keep those overalls just in the bag. Keep the helmet visor clean.
It's already ready to go.
And you never know, we might see you back at Le Mans, or even in something else. You never know. The world is full of surprises, but keep those grid walks coming. We look forward to seeing them on Sky Sports F1. Martin Brundle, ladies and gentlemen.
Enjoy your F1, enjoy your motorsport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. And for the rest of the day, we've got more guests and more announcements here at Autosport International, whether or not you're here at the National Exhibition Centre here in the UK or watching on the live stream, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much. Afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Autosport International Show. We've got our live stage with more guests coming up on stage. A man who knows all about endurance racing in his latter years, and he's kept his hand in with some endurance racing in the next couple of weeks or so. Johnny Molam, if you'd like to come and join me on stage. Good afternoon now, sir.
Hi,
come
Toby.
and take the hot seat. It's white hot, in fact, just for you. It's white hot, in fact.
I'm just listening to some of Martin's stories, actually. I love listening to Martin Brundle. He's absolutely brilliant.
He's very good indeed. But hopefully you've got some stories for us as well. That's the main thing.
I don't know if they're publishable or not, but yeah, we'll give it a shot.
We'll leave those to one side, shall we? Now, last time I heard you'd stopped racing, and I see on your Twitter that you've been out in Daytona doing the setup for the 24 hours. So you haven't got rid of it, have you? You're still in the hot seat.
I know. I was getting a lot of grief actually out in Daytona. I mean, it's the reaction to my retirement was actually really, really nice, and I really enjoyed that side of it, and people coming up to me in IMSA, because I've been there in America for so many years. But the temptation to quit, I've loved driving, Toby, all my life, so I never wanted to stop the actual driving side of it, and that's one of the reasons why I set up this management and mentoring company to sort of bring people through from sort of track day stuff all the way up to racing maybe at Le Mans, and drive with some of them, but also bringing other pro drivers to drive with them and sort of build something that didn't just rely on me driving to earn a living. But the actual driving element I absolutely adore. In fact, I'm just sitting upstairs with Matt Griffin and talking to him about it, and he was saying he drives every weekend if he can, and I can understand that. It's just as you get older, the sort of desire drops slightly in terms of all the stuff that goes around that. When you're actually in the car, the actual driving bit is just, even if you're just driving a challenge car or whatever, it's just absolutely fantastic. So Daytona came about because the team said to me, just come back and do it as a one-off, and you win a watch if you win it, and there's a very good chance, I don't want to jinx it, but there's a very, very good chance that I could win the class, the prototype challenge class at Daytona 24. So if I do, and I win another watch, then if I was sat at home watching somebody else like Bruno Junqueira in my place win it, then I'd be absolutely gutted. So I decided to come out of retirement just for this once. And my wife will be the first to kill me if you see me at anything like Sebring or any of the other races out there. So it is literally a one-off, but everyone's saying to me at the moment, yeah, it's not, but it genuinely is.
Okay, so what are you in? Tell us about what you're going to be in.
I'm in the prototype challenge class in the Bar 1 motorsports car. I've just got back from the official test. It went very well. It looks like the car's going to be certainly quick enough to win. Obviously, 24-hour races is all about endurance, and so we'll wait and see if we can make it to the end. And then I'm also up here with some of the people that I'm working with this year, with Bonamy Grimes actually is with me, who's one of the chaps who's going to be racing in GT Cup and Britcar for the Red River Sport company that I've set up. And I'm also working with FF Corsa to bring a road to challenge for Ferrari along, which is actually quite interesting because Ferrari are very, very keen to build a challenge platform in the UK over the next 2 or 3 years. So there's loads and loads of stuff. In fact, as you'll know, Toby, it's blooming hard work not being a racing driver when you actually have something that almost resembles having to work for a living. I'm not used to this. It looks like I'm going to be busier now than I was when I was actually driving.
The thing is, there's more racing drivers than commentators, so arguably there are less slots for us than you. So who knows? Who knows where it all lies?
I know I shouldn't say it, but I still miss your MotoGP, mate. I have to say that.
Very kind. Yeah. They were good days. We had good fun.
Good days, yes.
We had good days, but MotoGP has got a very exciting season ahead of it with Lorenzo moving and Vinales taking. I mean, I think it's going to be quite something. So, yeah, we all find time for those 40 minutes on a Sunday afternoon.
I probably shouldn't say it, given that we're on the stage here, but I have to say MotoGP is one of the things that I follow avidly, almost above anything else. So, yeah, absolutely brilliant.
I think my biggest disappointment last year was up win this one, and then sort of tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't because I'm awake and off you go. But no, it's you need to go and see Valentino at a European race, particularly before he stops.
Yes.
Because then you can say, I saw Fangio, I saw an Auto Union, I saw Valentino Rossi. So piece of advice.
I've seen him walk past me. Does that count?
Okay,
So
but in Italy it's different.
I'm always saying to Keith Ewan, because obviously we did quite a lot of work with Keith Ewan in Sky Sports and the IndyCar stuff and everything. So I'm always saying to Keith Ewan he needs to engineer an introduction, but he's not done it yet. So we'll see. You need to know people in high places.
So your driver management is keeping you busy, is what you're saying. Phone calls and.
It's more a mentoring thing than managing so much. It's just taking people that maybe have done track level driving and just want to actually build that up and take it as far as they can. And sports cars has changed dramatically. I mean, I've been racing for 26 years professionally for the last 18, and in that time sports cars, the business model for sports cars has gone completely out the window in terms of what it used to be, and you've got this whole pro-am element. And so because manufacturers are in a position where they're always bowing out of motorsport, like Audi pulling out, there's talk even that Porsche aren't here for the long term either in LMP1 in the WEC. One of the people that I'm helping, Oliver Jarvis, obviously just recently signed for Bentley, which was a fantastic deal for him. Obviously lost his drive with Audi, not because he wasn't doing a good job, because they ceased the program. And I think
the last race.
Absolutely, and I think the ACO and all the companies that are running the various sports car championships around the world were looking at this and saying we can't just rely on manufacturers to bolster our grids, because they do tend to come and go, and nowadays it's not one man's decision, it's a board decision. Shareholders are involved in a lot of cases. So they introduced this pro-am business model, which basically is a way with the gold, silver, platinum, bronze rankings, with the silver and the bronze, to ensure that an amateur driver can come out onto the grid and be, for example, a part of the Le Mans 24 Hours, which is a fantastic race, as you know, and actually have a genuine shot at winning his class, because he will then be going up against other amateurs in other car days where you had the odd amateur that actually did race, but he wasn't actually, quite often, he was going up against another professional. So there'd be 3 pros in the car, and he'd be in the same car. So you'd have a class rather, so you'd have 2 pros and an amateur against a car with 3 pros. So it was impossible. So they've really grown that business model in the last 5 or 6 years. It's changed the landscape completely, but I just figured, whether you like it or not, I think it's here to stay. And so I figured, why not tap into some of that and actually develop a system that can help these bronze drivers progress all the way through to ultimately racing at the Le Mans 24 Hours, because motorsport is very expensive and you can spend a lot of money in it and not actually get the efficiency or the enjoyment or even the success out of spending that money if you don't actually do it in the right way.
The right way. Well, we look forward to your
Thank you
your
very much,
knowledge
Toby.
being given to those who are at the other end of the scale. Johnny Molan, have a great
Thanks,
Daytona
Toby.
24
Thanks for your
Hours,
time.
and
Thank
make
you.
sure the fog doesn't come down.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you very
Johnny
much.
Molan,
Thanks.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Now, we've got our next guest coming up on the stage in literally 30 seconds or a minute's time. So if you just bear with us, we look forward to him in just a moment's time.
Hello, everybody. And as Toby said, not long to our next interview, and I'd like to introduce the chairman of the MSA and director of the British Touring Car Championship, Mr. Alan Gow. Thank you, Alan.
Afternoon.
So first of all, let's talk about the British Touring Car Championship, which is, as everybody knows, the headline championship in the UK at the moment. It's going from strength to strength, isn't it?
Yeah, look, we're in a real purple patch at the moment. The championship over the last 10 years has grown every year, and it has to stop growing at some stage. We may have reached that. We've got a full grid of cars. We've got full spectator banks. We've got millions of people watching on TV. It's hard to see that we can grow it much beyond where we are.
But the good thing about the championship in terms of consistency is, I think at the end of last year, you announced continuations of deals with the free-to-air broadcast from ITV4. There's continued support from Dunlop, which is a great commercial partner for you. So the foundations are there for it to say as it is for the future, isn't it?
Absolutely. This year, 2017, is the first year of our new contract with ITV, and Cohen's contract with Dunlop is serious. Get a championship major deals locked in a period of time, and in fact we did these deals 2 years ago for 7 years hence. So that we deserve with ITV and the support of Dunlop, but it also gives, very importantly, it gives the team a solid foundation on business, and so they know for the next 5 years with sponsors and drivers and their programs that they're doing, that what it's going to look like. There's nothing up in the air.
And to add to that stability as well, a couple of years ago you introduced a licensing system for teams, which is something quite unique in the UK, hasn't existed before. What was your thinking behind that, and how do you think that's galvanised what the situation we're in at the moment?
It was to give the teams something for their dedication to the BTCC. So the licensing system is they receive a BTCC license for 3 years, which gives them the automatic entry into the BTCC, and is the only way you can enter a BTCC, or the BTCC. So another team can't come along and just say, I want to put a car in the BTCC and enter. They have to do it with a license. So the license gives the teams a tangible asset. If they no longer want to compete in the BTCC or reduce their involvement, they can sell the license on to another team. It gives them a tangible asset. And it gives them also security for their involvement.
And every single licence this year has been taken up, or every one that is available. We've had a few announcements already this morning about drivers joining the grid. We've got Ant Wharton-Eels, Luke Davenport, Martin Tepper signing up for Motorbase. What gossip have you picked up this morning that you can tell us?
I don't know if there's any I can tell you.
Okay.
But in my head, I know all the drivers and all the cars anyway. So
does that translate into what's actually going to happen, though?
Yeah.
You sure? Positive?
Well, it didn't a couple of weeks ago, but it does now.
Okay.
There's a few jigsaw puzzles have been put in place in the last 3 days, and so I know what the championship looks like as far as drivers and teams goes. They will make their own announcements both today and through the course of the next few weeks leading up to our launch day at Donington Park.
And we've got an exciting addition to the grid this year in terms of the Works Vauxhall team coming in with PowerMax Racing. That must make you happy to see sort of manufacturers coming back in.
It does, but as you know, the championship is not born on manufacturers being part of it. It's not dependent on it anymore. And in fact, we're going through our biggest era yet as far as car numbers on grids, and with less manufacturer involvement than we had back in the 90s, for example. So it's great to have Vauxhall in, and what's very important for us is being a manufacturer doesn't automatically give you success in the championship because of the way the regulations and everything are, but you would hope that the manufacturers, people like Honda and everyone else, will put their marketing and promotional support into the championship and actually help increase the profile of the championship around non-motorsport people.
Yeah, that's even happened with some of the privateer teams in the past, hasn't it? I remember Motorbase being on an ITV commercial in the middle of Coronation Street or something. So what have we got up our sleeve? What's new for 2017? I mean, we've got different tyres, haven't we, for this year coming?
Well, they're still Dunlops, obviously.
Well, I know, yeah, but different sorts of tyres.
They're slightly wider because the current tyre that we had been on the cars for a few years, but the cars had got heavier and were carrying more success ballast. And with the new RML suspension, they were putting more, generating more force. So the previous tyres were sort of at the edge of their operating window. So we made the decision about 18 months ago to go to a slightly wider tyre. So same sidewall height and everything else, but just a slightly wider tyre. And so that sort of resets everything for the year, because we'll be going to tracks where the teams will have to learn that new tyre, and that's great for the championship.
Absolutely right. I was going to say, do you think that will mix up the order rather? And if so, who do you think is going to be at the top of the pile? Give us a prediction for who's going to be the big winner this year.
Well, the big winner, Matt, as you always know, are the spectators.
Spectators.
It will always. It should mix up the order a little bit because people will get used to it, but look, the cream always rises to the top, and the best teams and the best drivers are always going to be the ones that are going to be at the top. You won't all of a sudden, because of the change of tyre this year, you won't all of a sudden be getting unusual results, but you'll probably get results mixed up amongst those top guys. You know.
I think last year was a year of records. I mean, we had 8 drivers going for the championship into the final round at Brands Hatch Grand Prix, the final 3 races. We had how many race winners? 11 different race winners across the course of the year? 12.
Yeah.
Can those records be broken this year?
Look, we say that every year. Last year or the previous year, I didn't think we'd get more than 11, and we got 12. I don't know. You know, when you've got a third of the field winning races, and I think more than 50% of the field were on the podium.
Yeah.
I don't know how much closer you can get with that. You know, and you had. Well, you saw yourself the winning margins and how close the qualifying times were, and I don't know how you get it much closer than that. But if it's possible, we'll give it a go.
Absolutely, and just moving to a wider picture, you're probably one of the busiest men in UK motorsport with your job as chairman of the MSA, series director of the British Touring Car Championship, and president of the FIA Touring Car Commission. How do you fit it all in?
I'm very good on time management, and I'm very good on delegating. But actually, this year is my last year as chairman of the MSA. So in December, I finished I would have been chairman for 9 years then, which is more than
They
normal.
pension you off?
Yeah, well, to be honest, the chairman of the MSA should do 2 lots of 3 years, 6 years, and I've done 9. So I probably overstayed my welcome. So I finish at the end of the year. So that'll give me the opportunity and a bit of breathing space. I may end up not doing anything or replacing it with something else, I don't know. But it keeps me busy, yeah.
I was saying you also managed James Courtney in the Aussie V8s as well, so that's going to continue, is it?
Yep, absolutely.
Good. Is he still going?
James?
Yeah.
He's doing very well. We just signed a new 3-year contract with his current team in Australia, so he's doing very well.
And in terms of the MSA, it's obviously it's the governing body of UK motorsport. What kind of state do you think UK motorsport is in at the moment, particularly given you've been there for nearly a decade now as chairman, and how have you seen it strengthen itself over the last 9 years?
Look, everyone will give you a different opinion on that because it depends on how their particular branch of the sport is. There are areas of British motorsport that are doing phenomenally well, and there are others that are struggling a bit. Rallying has struggled a bit you would know, you run
of course.
A great rally magazine
Thank you.
And very well too.
I appreciate it.
But rallying has struggled in the last few years for various reasons, but it's starting to come back. It's starting to build up again, as you know. But there are there are areas of the sports that are in absolutely rude health. Obviously, touring cars, but things like historic.
Yeah, but you would say that, wouldn't you?
Of course, I would say that, but I have proof. But things like historic racing is very buoyant. So overall, the sport is in good health. There's nothing marching over the horizon that I can see that is going to disturb the growth of the sport, and so far it's in good health.
Brilliant. Okay, well, we look forward to a fantastic 2017, both nationally and in the British Touring Car Championship. Thank you very much, Alan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Good afternoon, everybody, here at the Autosport International Show for 2017. The motorsport season really has now kicked off. We've already had 4 or 5 hours of business-to-business action here at the National Exhibition Centre on the outskirts of Birmingham here in the UK. I say that because we're being streamed all over the world on autosport.com and also motorsport.com as well. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you wherever you are around the planet. We've talked a lot about the future of motorsport with new teams for this year, new colour schemes and the like, new people going to new races, such as we heard with the United Autosport squad going to Le Mans with their LMP2 project. But let's now focus on something not necessarily directly relevant to 2017, but 18, 19 and beyond, because once again the McLaren Autosport BRDC Young Driver of the Year Award was announced at the Autosport Awards ceremony at the Grosvenor Hotel in London in the first weekend of December last year. And the 4 finalists were again, the cream of the crop, the cream of the youngsters, the future of British motorsport that Autosport, McLaren and the BRDC think are going to go forward to the future. The likes of Jenson Button, David Coulthard, Dario Franchitti, all being winners of the award, and well, they need no introduction and no further story of what they went on to do in the world of motorsport. We've got 3 of the guys here today. Toby Sowery, if you'd like to come on stage, together with Senan Fielding and also Lando Norris, if you'd like to come and join me. That'll be fantastic. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
Hope that you're all good. You're looking very smart and very tidy there, Toby. Those were the overalls that you used as part of the showdown in October at Silverstone. That must have been a fantastic couple of days for you.
Yeah, it's always a fantastic event. We get to play in some expensive toys for free, get nice new shiny suits that we can mess up quite quick. And yeah, you get to have a massive fun time in some really powerful cars.
Those powerful cars, you had a DTM car, a Mercedes DTM car, you had a McLaren GT3 car, and then you had a Formula 2 car, as it were, from Jonathan Palmer's stable. Which one of the cars did you enjoy the most?
For me, I'd say the DTM is the most refined machine out of them all, lightest, most powerful, and it feels a lot more like a single seater than people would realise. So yeah, it's definitely the most fun for my style of driving.
2-time nominee for this award, Toby. Were you more nervous the second time round or more nervous back in 2015?
I was probably more nervous the first time, unaware of what was actually going to happen on the shootout, but for the second time there's a lot more stress to perform better, and people like Lando are quick, so you've got to use the advantage of doing the shootout before to really push and try and maximise your times over him. But the second time is definitely more fun, as what's going to happen when you're at the track and how to react under the situations.
Remiss of me to say that Ricky Collard, obviously not here with us this afternoon here at the Autosport International. He's actually racing in the Dubai 24 Hours at the Dubai Autodrome this coming weekend. So Ricky, if you're watching, or if you're watching on Catch Up, then another successful nominee, another days at Silverstone that you had alongside these 3 guys. Senan, probably the DTM car was your favourite. Come on, was it?
Yeah, definitely. Like Toby said, it's just an unbelievable car. It's not every day you get to drive 3 amazing cars, but especially the DTM. Like, words can't describe the feeling you have. It's an unusual feeling because it does drive so much like a single-seater, but then you do have a roof over your head. So, no, it was an amazing experience.
What did you learn from the days at Silverstone as part of the McLaren Autosport Young Driver selection process? There must have been something that you took away from it?
I think all the finalists do take away massive amounts. It's a huge learning experience. For me, it's the discipline from driving 3 massively different cars. You've got to adjust into them extremely quick, as you don't have that many laps, so you've got to adapt your driving style and get the most out of each car within the few laps you have.
So there's a lot of pressure on all of you. You're just being plonked into a DTM car. It's literally like that, is it?
Yeah, very much so.
A lot of pressure. Now, there's also non-motorsporty, non-technical aspects to the process. Lando, media training and a TV camera in your face. How did you get on with that?
Well,
yeah, over the past few years of kind of obviously being on the touring car package back in Ginetta, you kind of start getting used to all of that. And you have to obviously take as much as you can in from that camera views and everything, and take that into doing all this media training. And then you also had the fitness tests and also the simulator tests. So a few different things, which are kind of separate from the actual driving in the three cars. So yeah, it's not all about the driving, but also the other side of it.
When you came away from Silverstone in October, did you say to yourself, I was good at that? What were those particular bits? Was it the DTM car? Was it the McLaren? Was it the fitness? Where do you think you were strongest?
I felt pretty confident in the DTM car and also the F2 car. I didn't feel quite as confident in the GT car. That was the only really car I felt like I left a bit, well, didn't leave it on the table, but I felt like I really should have improved a bit more than what I did. Yeah, the other two were obviously all three new cars, but the F2 was the most similar to kind of what I've driven before. So it's just a bit of a step up from Formula 3. And that was the easiest one to kind of get comfortable in, whereas the other two are very different to anything I've driven. So those took a few more laps to kind of get going with.
Senan, where did you feel you were strongest?
It's really hard to tell, to be fair. Over the 2 days we had in the cars, everything's kind of kept under the sheets. We're not allowed to know each other's times or anything like that, so it's really difficult. There's times where you think you've done well, but you never know if the other competitors have done better, or there's always room for improvement, but it's just whereabouts that is. So it's really difficult, and I think it's really good how they do the assessment. But no, to me it was just a huge learning curve. I think every time I got in the car I just improved myself, and I felt happy with my performance all over, but obviously it just wasn't quite enough.
Well, another day. Toby, it strikes me, if I got the chance, if I was a young racing driver, the most nervous night's sleep you've ever had going towards this. I mean, it puts a normal championship weekend into insignificance. Is that how it really is?
Yeah, throughout the whole event, it's quite stressful on yourself, not knowing how you're actually doing. But for the whole length of the night, when you find out, it feels like a week. You mean you're sitting there with all the other awards, everything's pacing through your head. Could I have done better? How did I do? How did the others do? But it is quite stressful on you, and it does feel like an eternity.
But you look back on it, and you've all had the opportunity to thrash someone else's amazing cars for a couple of days. I mean, it's pretty cool as young lads, isn't it?
And you don't pick the bill up either, so don't pick the bill up either. So it's a fantastic day.
You certainly don't. Lando, you came out as the victor for 2016. The award was announced by Derek Warwick at the Autosport Awards in London just before Christmas. Massive hugs from the people around you on your table. It's obviously sunk in now. Yeah, has it?
Just, obviously the opportunities and awards you get from that. So driving the F1 car at the end of this year is, something I've built myself up to. It's the aim. It's where I want to be when I'm older. It's what I want to make my career out of is Formula One. So, it's a big step towards that goal. But yeah, obviously going to McLaren, getting to work with some new people, and being a bit more part of it is definitely a step up from what I've done in the past. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it all.
Have you been to McLaren already? Have they taken you under their wing at the McLaren Technology Centre? What happens once you've won the award?
Well, I kind of have a job on the sim, so I get to become a sim driver. So I get to help them with the things they need to improve on, and get to kind of work alongside Ollie Turvey, who's had some great experience on that side of things. So I get to learn a lot of things from him. And yeah, he's very experienced, so a lot of knowledgeable things I'm able to take into my side and improve on. And then I also get to use their fitness center, and get to work with the guys there to help me improve my fitness side of things, and being able to compare to the other drivers they've had come up through the driver program, able to compare to them to see what level I'm at compared to the professionals, so the Formula One drivers. Because yeah, that's where I want to be. So if I want to be on that level, I need to know everything I can.
And into the 2017 season, you're driving what, where?
So 2017 is FIA F3 with Carlin, a team I've kind of been with for the past 2 years since I started racing, my car career, and single seaters. So they're a great bunch of guys. Obviously know them very well, we get along very well, and I think it's the team I feel at home most with. Probably because I've been with them, but you know, it's a British-based team. I'm able to go to the workshop quite often, see how everyone's going along, and we really have to kind of push the car along this season because it's definitely going to be not the easiest of seasons I've had. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm sure it'll be good.
I think you'll be all right. Don't worry about it. I think you'll be all right. Senden, what have you got lined up for 2017?
Well, unfortunately, nothing's quite confirmed yet. I'm just still working hard with the sponsorship, and hopefully we'll be able to announce what I'm racing this year over the next couple of weeks.
Look forward to hearing from you. Toby?
Same boat as Senden. Nothing confirmed yet, but I'm pretty sure it'll be GP3 or FIA F3 with Lando.
Okay, interesting times, interesting times. We shall see. News going out here, Lando Norris was 17 years old at the end of November, if I remember well. You've just turned 17
correct.
At the end of November. And I had a quick chat with Derek Warwick yesterday, who I've known for quite a while, and he said he is outstanding, extraordinary, exceptional, stunning, and amazing. And I think we're going to hear a lot more about Lando Norris in the future, not just in the UK, not just in Europe, but the world over. But also the other guys who have been nominated to even get to Silverstone for those days of trials and pressure and lap time pressure and a bit of Plato pressure and a bit of humour test from Plato and Warwick and the like. But these guys will also be on the radar of international motorsport in the future as well. But Derek said that with Lando, he is surely going to be a world champion in the future, and he's here today at Autosport International, and he is the reigning Autosport McLaren BRDC Young Driver of the Year Award victor, and I think he deserves a round of applause together with the other nominees, and including Ricky Collard, who's not here today. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well done to Toby, to Senden, and to Lando Norris, the victor, who was announced just before Christmas. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. Keep those suits clean, but actually get them dirty when you're getting your drives, in whatever you're going to find this year around the world. Thank you very much, guys, and we'll see you at a circuit soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Autosport Awards. We look forward to the future into British motorsport, not just with the stories that we've already talked about with WRC, the Le Mans 24-hour race, and Formula One into 2017. But let's move our attention over to Formula E. Formula E now in its third full season, straddling the new year. It's already had a couple of races, but there's a new team that is part of the Formula E grid this year, and that is the Panasonic Jaguar Formula E squad. And we've got the team director with us here this afternoon, James Barclay. James, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Toby.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Join us on the abode here that we've got of our main stage. We're being streamed all over the world, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you are watching. James Barclay, Jaguar Formula E. You're can I say you're in the deep end, trying to catch up with the other teams after they've had a couple of seasons already? How are you getting on with holding on to the others' progression?
Yeah, well, I mean, firstly, we are obviously really pleased to be now in the championship and competing. You know, we had a fairly short lead time in, which was a really exciting period, getting the team built up and in place. And so we've spent the first two races, and as we always said from the start, this year is a learning year for us. You know, one of the challenges as a new team in the championship is there is not unlimited testing. So you have only your 14 days as manufacturer testing, and after that you're done for the year. You homologate your powertrain, and then you can't test. So this year, you know, it was all about learning, and every race we go to, the learnings we have from each race, we can apply those only into the first free practice session. So realistically, we've said from the start this year is about learning, and the first two races I think have done well. We're not disgraced ourselves. We're doing a good job. The guys are proving to be really competitive, and what is important though is that we build this year, take all our learning away, and we really apply that once we hit the ground next year as well.
Certainly looked like an amazing race in Hong Kong to start the season off. I wasn't there myself, I watched it, but what a venue.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. That is one of the key decisions why we entered Formula E. You know, it takes motor racing to the heart of the world's biggest city centres, and Hong Kong is a great example. There'd never been a motor race in the centre of Hong Kong before, so to be there making our debut in a city that'd never seen a motor race was pretty spectacular. And new audiences, completely sold out. It's a fantastic championship with some great teams and great brands getting involved.
So Jaguar have just launched their first fully electric car with the I-Pace, an electric version of the F-Pace, if I can call it that. That was debuted in the public eye just last weekend in Las Vegas for the E Grand Prix. What is Jaguar's focus on electric mobility? Where are we going? Is it the answer? Is it the death of fossil fuel? How do Jaguar view it?
Yeah, electrification is incredibly important for the automotive industry, and we've entered in Formula E as really a flag bearer to our production plans with battery electric vehicles. So the I-Pace, a blank sheet of paper, full BEV product is incredibly important. For a long time, we haven't had a bookend to combustion engines, and there is now. As every week pretty much goes by, you hear about a new legislation. Only Germany is now looking at a 2030 ruling on BEV. So realistically, absolutely, the deadline is there now. Most automotive brands have a very detailed battery electric vehicle program. If they didn't, they're pulling it forward. Electric vehicles are absolutely a crucial part of all of our futures. So for us, it's really great to be the first premium brand with an electric car to market, and it's about to get really exciting. From a consumer point of view, it's a really interesting time, that's for sure.
When you say countries have deadlines on use of internal combustion engine cars in cities, or explain?
That's correct, absolutely. So a combination of not allowing fossil fuel cars in city centres, to even some countries not allowing fossil fuel cars at all to sell. And some markets like China actually putting restrictions in place that if a certain percentage of your volume isn't hybrid or BEV, you can't even sell in that market anymore. So the reality is that for most car brands, you actually have to have an electric vehicle program now to even survive in many cases in many markets. So that's why we said the bookend is here now, and it's great that we're on the front foot and we're leading that charge.
Mitch Evans, together with Adam Carroll, great guys, a lot of experience from different worlds, one could say. What are they like once you're on the plane, you're in the bus going to the track?
No, they're both fantastic characters. Both with Adam and Mitch, they've had a really good start to the championship. They're obviously learning a lot as well, and they're really great guys, great team players, and both with different characters. Adam's a real fighter, and he's shown that. A great race in Hong Kong. I mean, if he hadn't had the safety car, he would have been really up the grid. But Adam's been and seen it all before. He's a huge amount of experience, and that's really great for us. Mitch is just that 22-year-old character who just wants to get out there and really stick it to everyone, really, which is great. So he's done a great job as well for us. So we're really happy with our driver lineup, and we know that as the season goes on, they're learning a lot about the formula. And from a driver point of view, it's incredibly challenging. You have no time to have a sleep on it. Friday free practice, you can go to the hotel, think about your session, and hit qualifying or practice the following morning. There's none of that. You have free practice 1, free practice 2 into qualifying, and then you're into the race. So for them, they're both by their own admission are saying just how challenging it is as a championship, but how really rewarding they're both finding it.
And for yourself, you're the team director. Bit of pressure on your shoulders. You've come through the ranks, and you're happy with that. You coped with it. You didn't have the odd sleepless night before Hong Kong, did you?
Yeah, I'm a competitive individual, and everyone in the team is, and we always want to be doing better. Motor racing never is without its pressure, and so I'm loving it. What better honour to bring a brand like Jaguar back to motorsport, and the sheer enthusiasm we've had from our fans, from the general public, from the media has been fantastic. So for me, it's absolutely a privilege, and I'm absolutely focused on the day we can stand on the top step of the podium and, as a team, celebrate all the hard work and the achievement that we as a team have all pulled together to achieve. That's what will be really meaningful for me.
The glory days of Le Mans and such like, I'm sure, are not far away. I've already mentioned the fact that there was a virtual Grand Prix, if I can call it that, in Las Vegas last weekend. How did that go down?
A really clever concept to take motor racing to new audiences, and I think clearly the first time it's happened, so there's been lots of lessons learned from that experience. But overall, the concept is absolutely right. The gaming world is growing as every day goes by. Huge audiences game. We were just talking earlier on, over 300 million use some of the more irregular gaming platforms. These are massive numbers. So what better way to appeal to a younger audience that currently maybe doesn't necessarily touch motorsport except in their gaming world. So from our perspective, the concept was absolutely right. The racing was actually really cool. The drivers, they're not sim racers, so they were very quickly, their competitive spirit was going. And I think it was a really novel idea formally, and just the start. I think lots more to come from that, and I expect that potentially even parallel sim racing championship to Formula E would be great. So the virtual and the real version, and there's definitely an appetite for it, and a great way to reach more people.
There was $1 million purse, I understand, last weekend. That's a lot of money, even in Vegas.
Exactly, no, and just shows the appetite for it, and you can imagine what the competition was like as a result. And again, the gaming as a whole is even new to a lot of us, but in certain forms of gaming, they fill out Madison Square Gardens with 80,000 people watching. So motorsport can take a lot from gaming, and it's a great way to kind of increase the popularity of our sport.
Alejandro Agag, he's the figurehead at the forefront of Formula E. He seems very driven. Is it like that from the inside?
Absolutely, and I think what the great thing that's happening at the moment is because the product is right, because the technology is right, and it's the way the automotive industry is moving, having more and more brands joining, as we've seen since we confirmed our entry, indeed since we started racing in the championship in November. I think Alejandro is steering the ship towards absolutely continue to build a strong platform to promote the championship, and the team are doing a good job. It's great to have the likes of Audi, BMW, and now Mercedes potentially for season 5 joining. So I can't think of many other championships that have anywhere near that level of manufacturing involvement. And the future, a year, 2 years down the line, is incredibly exciting. This is going to be a phenomenal championship to watch and enjoy. And I know from our perspective, we can't wait to be involved in all of that.
Got some great circuits coming up, some great races. What's going to be a little personal favourite for you to look forward to? New York?
Yeah, going to the Big Apple with the motor race is going to be pretty phenomenal. Looking onto the skyline of Manhattan, that without a doubt will be a great race. For me also, Paris. We went to see Paris last year, although we weren't competing. That was a really great atmosphere and a great race. And then closing the year out in Montreal should be really exciting. Formula One has always had a fantastic reception in Montreal. So from Formula E's perspective, I think that'll work really well. So to be honest, all the rounds for now are really exciting. And Monaco is going to be one which, I know we'll definitely put a bit of glitz and glamour into the formula as well. So from that point of view, we've got a great few races coming up.
It's been a fascinating growth from the very first race that they had, and it's interesting times, as you say, about the progress of electric cars, electrification, which is the right avenue to follow, and I think they're very interesting days. James Barclay from Panasonic Jaguar Formula E Racing, thank you so very much for joining us here at Autosport International, and we look forward to your next race, which is at
Buenos Aires on the 18th of February.
On the 18th of February in Buenos Aires. Well, let's hope that that the rains stop that are currently falling on the Dakar in Argentina. James, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Toby.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
One of the things I'm most proud about is the impact that we've had on driver development. Circuit time is getting more and more limited, so being able to use a simulator to look at your technique and just being able to develop yourself as a driver is absolutely crucial to being competitive. I've been lucky enough to work with McLaren, Red Bull and Toyota with their Formula 1 simulators over the years, and this has helped me develop the simulators that we have here at Base Performance, the single-seater guys that are coming up the ladder, and also the GT gentleman drivers that have suddenly got this opportunity now to get more experience and more coaching, and we've seen straight away the results that we've had. Most people, they don't live in the country that they're actually going to go and race at. And then you look at the street circuits or even events like Le Mans where the circuit actually doesn't exist until the event itself. All those elements that take time to learn at the event, you can have nailed them all before and make sure that you're in a great position at the beginning of the weekend. If you think about the traditional way of driver coaching, which is standing at the edge of the circuit, where in the simulator you can have the driver coach in the room with you, or even in the GT they can be sat alongside you. And this gives a real close one-to-one ability to help improve drivers. It's all very much a confidential service. We're not about to go out there and shout to the world who we've had in our simulators. To see our customers going out there around the world in different championships and getting great results is a very rewarding feeling for everyone here at Base Performance.
Now, the future is not just about what's going out on the racetrack, what are new deals that are being done for 2017 and what new colour schemes people may be running in. But the future has really been on our doorstep and very much part of the motorsport world for some years now, and that's the simulator driving experience, how people learn circuits, how people are doing testing, particularly with the Formula 1 cars, and places where wind tunnel testing is prohibitively expensive. Rules, of course, have been brought into Formula 1 to try and curb people spending too much money accordingly. So what we're going to do now is talk about simulators and how they are really effectively affecting the motorsport world. Darren Turner and Ella Barrington from Base Performance Sim, if you'd like to come and join me on stage, that'll be fantastic. Good afternoon. Darren, you're on the short. It does go up. It does go up if you have a complex, Darren.
I'll come down with you. I feel comfy here.
That's all right then. You don't get tall basketball players. You know that, don't you?
I've seen a few.
But you get short racing drivers. Great to see you here. So if we won't touch on Aston Martin stuff, we'll talk about the simulators, if that's all right with you. This is something that you do during the week when you're not a racing driver, isn't it?
It's been a passion for quite a long time. I was really lucky to be at McLaren when they started the simulator program back in 97, 98. And they just needed a young driver to sit in a dark room and experiment with simulation, which was fairly new in the fact that all the simulation they did beforehand was basically not including the driver. So just letting the computer go through all the numbers, crunch out the data and give them the information. But they wanted a driver in the loop simulator, which in the aircraft industry had been around for quite some time. But they were pretty much the first team to do it. And I did pretty much 8-9 years with McLaren in their simulator, and off the back of that gained a huge amount of experience about what the technology was and what things work, what things don't work, what's important. And effectively started Base Performance Simulators 6 years ago on the proviso that I'm not going to be a paid racing driver forever, and I needed another way to make a living and use that expertise that I gained in the simulation. So that's where Base Performance started, and Ella joined the team 3.5 years ago and turned it from a company where it was me, as in just a driver trying to make it a proper company, turned it into a proper business with a sort of a plan for the future, and it's grown from 2 people, and now we're pretty much 6 people full time, and it's a sort of an industry that's just growing and growing, and that's very much on the back of the fact that it's getting harder and harder to get circuit time. When you do get circuit time, it's very expensive, and to maximise that, certainly for the level of simulation that we do, which is all about driver training, not sort of engineering led, it's a very sort of cost-effective way of improving your lap times. And even myself, I'm an experienced race driver. I've got a lot of experience on the circuit, but I'm going to Bathurst for the first time in 2 weeks' time. So I'm going to be in the sim next week just to learn the circuit, and that's what they give you, basically.
Honey, your dinner's ready. Get out of the sim. Is that what she's going to be shouting?
No, I have the phone off. Obviously, I'm going to be concentrating, so yeah, it won't be that. But I can pop along in the day, find a slot when there isn't a session, and go from there.
So, Ella, how many sims are in the building? How does it look when you walk through the door?
We've got 2 simulators on site. We are just outside of Banbury, so we've got a single-seater, which was what Darren originally started the company with. That's on a full motion platform now. And then we have another simulator which is static, which is a GT car, which is actually, I think, our most popular model now. We also have a manufacturing area because we not only have that rental facility, we manufacture them and we export them around the world. There's now 40 out with teams, with drivers, with marketing organisations, right through to guys that just want them as a toy.
We can only dream.
It's an expensive toy.
That's
but
fine.
It's been really interesting, the sort of the customer base that we've got, because initially the very first person, and the reason that the company started was a gentleman racer in London. He's a banker during the week, and at the weekends he'd go and do some racing, but he always found he'd start off the weekend at 0, and by the last lap of the last race he would be up to the level that he was expecting. So he wanted to have the sim to use in the week to be able to sort of maximise the weekends effectively. So that's where the very first customer came from, and it was off the back of that the company grew, really.
And do you scan the circuits? How do you get the data into the sim, Ella?
So LiDAR scanning is something that, with our new software package with Cruden, that we will be able to use. But actually a lot of it's done the old-fashioned way. We can work with architects and circuit specifiers. They can send us sort of an architectural drawing, and we can then convert it into simulator spec. And also you can use a lot of the satellite images from Google and Bing, and you can actually pull out a circuit.
Radius of a corner, length of a straight.
Absolutely, even down to elevations. All that satellite data is actually freely available on the internet now. We just have to do the legwork in getting it to the right spec.
It's sort of reverse engineering, but that's the same with the car modelling. Obviously, there's definitely 2 levels of simulation. There's what the Grand Prix teams are using, or the big car manufacturers in sports cars, or even in NASCAR, etc., and rallying. So they're using the sims for more engineering purposes, to go testing. And then you've got the other level, which is effectively where we are, which is about the driver development. And so the precision of all the circuits isn't as critical, because you're not looking for the absolute sort of centimetre of detail.
You're looking for learning lines.
Lines and getting a good rhythm with the circuit. And we can reverse engineer with the car models as well. So we certainly have a big catalogue of circuits and car models. And for the teams that come on a regular basis, then they obviously develop their own car model that's very much their product. And then they can sort of develop that with more testing as well. So it all depends on what the customer requires, really.
So can you tell us who might have been along? Who can you say that is part of your customer base? Are you allowed to?
Well, not really. I mean, that's
I can only try.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of individual drivers that come along because they want to, gain some experience of a circuit. But we have quite a few teams involved, and that comes from the junior level up to Formula E as well. We've been able to improve our product on the back of some of the teams that have got a vast amount of engineering expertise as well. So it's a win-win situation.
It's quite interesting when we spoke to James Barclay, the team director of Jaguar Formula E a moment ago, and he's fresh off the plane from Las Vegas, where there's been a computer game Grand Prix, if I can call it in old-fashioned language, an EGP. So that's sort of touching into your world as well, isn't it? Are you going to have a base performance sim Grand Prix soon?
If someone will give us the £1 million prize pot that they had, maybe. Esports and gaming is going to be huge, and no doubt it will cross over more and more with what we're doing. Things like GT Academy have been a fantastic platform to start that, and I know Darren Cox and his esports will probably take that even further. It is different though, because with us and our clients, it's a tool. It's a part of their job for a lot of these guys is to drive in the sim and get better. The gaming end, some of the technology is is sort of biased differently, and that it's all about graphics, and they're doing some amazing stuff in that side of technology, but they're not, again, bothered by that accuracy.
But again, the gaming side has improved the simulation within our world as well because of the graphics, etc. So it's actually it's a benefit to both sides. So I'm sure within the gaming world they've learned a lot about car modelling from motor racing, and obviously the people that are using simulation in motor racing are learning a lot about graphics, etc. So I think that there's a lovely place for both things to sort of keep interacting, and certainly when there's £1 million at stake, suddenly my interest in esports is suddenly raised, and so I would like to get a little sim at home and try and compete and see where that goes, because I think it's a natural instinct to go racing, and it's not achievable for everyone, budgets and lifestyle, etc. So if there's a way of getting more people behind a wheel, and the racing's actually quite fun to watch as well. I found myself transfixed with an online race as a spectator for half an hour, and I thought there's no way I'm going to watch this, and I loved it. Yeah, I loved it.
You couldn't get away. Back out on the circuits itself with hot brakes and sticky tyres, you're all lined up for this year?
Yep, I've got another year with Aston Martin Racing. So again, the program's not been sort of decided or announced yet. So, but my first race is with one of the customer teams out in Bathurst. So, and I've got that coming up in the next couple of weeks. Really looking forward to a trip down to Australia and being on one of those circuits that's probably on most drivers' bucket list. And to get a chance to race down in Bathurst is great. Certainly, having waited this long, I'm eager to get down there.
And Le Mans.
Yep.
Pretty well.
Yeah,
I'm sure you'll be at Le Mans.
I'm fairly certain I'll be back at Le Mans, and it'd be my 14th or 15th time there. So I know the place pretty well now. Yeah. And the first couple of years, like 2003 and 4, when I went there, it's so big an event that you can't really take it all in, and you don't get to enjoy it as much. Now I turn up, and because I know how it all goes and the rhythm of the weekend and what's expected, I get to enjoy the actual driving even more.
Just one last word from my limited experience of computer games. There was a very successful Japanese bike rider, part of the Aoki family, and he was involved with the Namco, a very successful mid-90s computer game company, and he said, Suzuka, very difficult track. One corner at Suzuka, always problem. With computer game, same problem. And that was 1997.
What game was that? Do you know? Can you remember? Did they do the outrun?
They did something like GP500 or something or other. But they were the Japanese technology and Namco in the late 90s was streets ahead of the rest of the world, and they had 3 brothers that were racing Grand Prix motorcycles at the same day in 3 different classes. There's quite something. And they were called the Fireball Brothers. They were the best marketing trio you've ever seen. And he said, always problem at same corner. And I thought, that's pretty cool. That made me realise this is real. And that was 98.
We see the same thing with the sim. If someone comes to us with they say, this is the thing I'm doing on the racetrack, we see it in the data, and then we can work on it. So it definitely sort of transfers from reality to virtual reality. It's why it's such a popular tool to use nowadays.
Interesting times. Best of luck for the future. Sounds like you're very busy whilst he's going around in circles, and you're watching other people do it standing in front of you.
And I have to stand on a stand for 4 days.
Well, it sounds like you're doing very well indeed. Darren, Ella, thank you so very much indeed. Best of luck for your season this year. I hope to see you at Le Mans. And we look forward to more base performance sims all over the world. Thank you very much, guys. Afternoon once more, ladies and gentlemen. As I've mentioned before, we've touched on a few different subjects of the world of motorsport here at Autosport International for 2017. We started the day off talking about the World Rally Championship with the reigning British Rally champion Elfyn Evans and his progress back into the World Rally Championship with Malcolm Wilson, who's here with us this afternoon. Malcolm, come and join us, please. Here he is. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. You're in your traditional blue, I see.
Yeah, I'm a blue boy.
It's written through you like a stick of rock, isn't it? Well, your new 2017 Ford is over there. We can just see it over on our right-hand side. Brand new regulations for WRC into 2017. Faster, wider, more power. Can't get any better than that, can it?
It certainly can't, I must admit. It's a really exciting time. I mean, it really reminds me back to the mid-'80s when we had the Group B cars. I think it's something that WRC and rallying's needed for the last few years. So, yeah, we've got spectacular looking cars that are going to be quicker, more aggressive, sexy. So I think it's a really exciting time and something that I'm really looking forward to.
And you were minding your own business in October, November, and long story short, you had a phone call with a rather successful Frenchman called Mr. Ogier. How did you do the deal?
We haven't got long enough to get there. I can assure you it took a long time. And,
you badgered well then?
Yeah, but it did, in fairness. Probably some people have seen the announcement that I had with my staff. And to be honest, I made that announcement at 5 o'clock, and it was only at 9 minutes past 4 that he actually agreed, and we'd been obviously speaking since before Australia. But obviously I'm delighted that we managed to get him. I tried very hard to get him back in 2010, 2011. We weren't successful, but yeah, it's very sad that VW are not in the championship, but it's presented an incredible opportunity for us at M Sport.
And you've got this new car, 380 horsepower over 300s, a bit wider track, a bit more grip. What was it like when you shook the car down for the first time when it came out of your workshops? Because you drove it.
I drove it. I don't think the guys could class it as being shook down. I think I was definitely a lot slower than what the current guys are, but I always like to try and drive every new car that the guys design and develop and build. Not for any other reason, just to basically understand the direction they've gone, and if I think there's something that's probably not up to the way I think it should be, then I think I can exert a little bit more influence over the guys to address the issues sooner rather than later. So it was great to get back behind the wheel, but I mean, as I say, I did it for a very limited period because I can't really add any value. You need to get the guys in who's currently doing the job to give the feedback that's needed.
What has that feedback been like? Elfyn's been in the car, Seb's been in the car.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the driving has been done by Ott, which again, he was very excited. And then, of course, we got Sebastian in the car towards the end of last year down in Wales. And really positive feedback from that. And then we had a test with him in Sweden for a couple of days, and again, positive. I mean, there's always some things, because obviously he's come from a VW and every two cars the same. But and the testing in Monte Carlo went really well on Tuesday. Had a small off yesterday, but again, very positive. And I'm really looking forward to Monte Carlo. Really excited, but on the other hand, I'm very nervous because if he'd been driving, for instance, our 2016 car, we know that was capable of winning. But of course, we're going to Monte Carlo with 4 manufacturers and 4 new cars. So. As I say, really exciting, but obviously I have to say I'm very nervous because you want no idea how competitive we're going to be.
No idea at all?
Well, it's all positive. I mean, the feedback from the drivers, as I say, is really positive. And of course, Sebastian had driven the 2017 Polo, so I think I'm sure they would have done a fantastic car. So if we take his feedback, then yes, we should be okay. But when the flag drops, we'll just have to wait and see.
We will indeed. We spoke to Elfyn Evans this morning, won a British Championship last year, just as you did back in, 94 or so, again with a Ford. Good times for the British Championship as well.
I think it's great. I mean, it's fantastic to get the BRC back again last year, and of course, we had great success with Elvin. He did a fantastic job, and I think that also helped him to get his drive for this year. I think particularly because he did such a good job for DMAC, and obviously he's with DMAC this year. So it reminded me very much of the old days where it was the training ground for your Hanno Miklers, your Ari Vatanens. So it was great to see that Elvin had success, and I think this year, the championship, there's much more encouragement for the junior drivers. So it's just great to see it back, and we're always following to see where the young drivers, the next drivers are coming from.
A tremendous operation that you've got up in Cumbria. I was speaking to one of your colleagues in an airport in the summer. Just take me through how many chassis you've made for World Rally Championship, Group A cars and such like since you started the progress up in your workshops. It's a stunning number, if I seem to remember well.
I think if you start with World Rally cars, first of all, Focus, there was 97 Focus World Rally cars built from 99 until, was it 2010? Then we built around 50 Fiesta Super 2000s. We built, I think it's 56 Fiesta WRC cars. But the car that's been the most successful from a M Sport point of view is the R5, and we've literally got the car 200 on our stand there, and we've got orders taking us through now to the end of April. So we're probably up around, by then we'll probably be up around 220, 225 cars. And then in the two-wheel drive categories, we did nearly 500 kits for the Fiesta ST. And then we've done around 300 for the 1.6 Fiesta R2 and the current 1 litre R2.
That's quite something. The centre of British motorsport, the Silicon Valley of British motorsport, isn't just based around Oxford. You would certainly argue otherwise, wouldn't you? There's also, you've got your stand over there, as I say, with the new 2017 car on with Sebastian Ogier's name on the side. There's also something with Valentino Rossi's number 46 on. What's going on over there? I know that he drives your car at the Monza Rally, but that's a Ford Transit. What's going on there?
I mean, I think, again, these sort of things have been built up. As you rightly say, we've been running Valentino now for, I think it's 7 or 8 years on Monza Rally every year, and we ran him on Rally GB here many years ago. And of course, we're working in conjunction with a company called Vansport, where you've probably heard about the M Sport transit van. So this was an idea that was born out by the owner of Vansport, and then of course we've used our links and tried to help him on the marketing side, and obviously Valentino was very interested in having something like this. So yeah, it's just another addition to the fleet.
An ever-growing addition. Malcolm, you've driven what? You drove the last of the Group 4 Escorts, I think, the Mark IIs, didn't you? You drove the Audi, the 6R4, into the Group A era, two-wheel drive, back to four-wheel drive. There's not many people as experienced as you in a service park, is there?
I think I'm probably right in saying this. I think I'm probably the only driver in the world to drive every model of Ford Escort, right from a 1300 Mark I right through until the very last Escort World Rally car that we built back in 1997, 1998. So, yeah, I've driven every variation of BDA, every variation of twin cam, so and two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, the whole package.
Have you got some nice stuff in the museum? What have you got tucked away?
We have a few cars tucked away. Not so much the Escort when I did the old RSC Classic Rally back in 2008, 2009. Got that one, but then we've still got Colin McRae's 99 Safari winning Focus, which was the first Focus to win a World Rally on only its third event. We've got the Fiesta Super 2000 Monte Carlo winning car with Mikko Hirvonen. And we've got Jari-Matti Latvala's first World Championship winning car, which was from Sweden. Mikko Hirvonen's Focus from Finland. So yeah, we've got a few cars tucked away.
Few cars tucked away. It's not just about rallying with M Sport, it's also about your GT3 racing with the Bentley GT3 project. and that's going onwards and upwards as well, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic for us. I mean, I have to say, I'd always been 100% rally, and then we got this incredible opportunity from Bentley to be involved in racing. Again, as you can imagine, a little bit nervous to think that, could we do it? But I've got a fantastic team of guys up in Devonby, and of course they were all desperate to get that opportunity, and the timing was very, very good for us as well, because it was at the time that Ford withdrew from WRC. So, but it's been the relationship's just gone from strength to strength. I think we've now actually built 25 Bentleys, so there's quite a few out there racing all over the world, and great relationship. We haven't delivered the championship win that we should have done, but we came very close last year. So there's a lot of pressure on the team this year, but we've got a great driver lineup. So, and I think with the experience that we gained last year, then hopefully we can be in a good position to challenge for the championship this year.
There's not many people who've done as many rallies as you who are still involved in the sport. Some people have stood back, some people move on. Life is a wonderful circle of variety, but you sounds like you've certainly still got the fire, and looking forward to the bedlam of what tyres to choose for the Chirini next weekend.
Well, up until 2016, I was on every single World Rallies from we took the Ford contract in '97. So I missed 3 rallies last year, and that's the first time I've ever missed one at all. Unfortunately, I had to go and have a complete ankle replacement back in March. So I missed 2 rallies with that, and then of course the only other one I missed was Australia at the end of the season, and that was because I was then trying to find a solution to get Ogier in a car. So I'm glad that I didn't go to Australia because it worked. So that was the positive side. But no, I still get a tremendous buzz out of the events, and particularly now that we've now got our strongest driver lineup that we've had since we had Marcus Grönholm and Mikko Hirvonen in 2006, 2007. So there's a lot more pressure on us, because at the end of the day we now know that if we're not winning, it's certainly not the driver. So, but we're ready for it, to be honest. We've had sort of 4 or 5 years without any victories. Okay, we've come very close on a few occasions, but it's exactly what we needed as a company now, and I think it's the thing that will hopefully take us even, the next step.
Well, let's hope we can have a rerun of those Ford Focus adverts on the television with Colin and Jimmy in the background in the future, because Ford are still in the background, they're still with you, they're still assisting M Sport, the new projects.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't, to be honest, we couldn't do what we do without all the technical support and everything from Ford, helping us with all the homologation, with the FIA. So, you have to have manufacturer involvement. We would like to have them back, on the same level as we used to have. But, that's motorsport. We've seen what's happened to VW. So who knows in the future? Certainly, I'm sure it can't be any disadvantage having Sebastian Ogier in the car next year. And, we will still be trying to obviously push and get them back involved at the highest level.
And just one final thing that people might not be aware of, but M Sport built the current Ken Block World Rallycross car. World Rallycross growing certainly on your horizon at M Sport? Rallycross as a whole?
Yeah, I think Rallycross as a whole is definitely growing, and I think everybody agrees it's a fantastic, spectacular sport, and especially now with the cars. I mean, I think again it just relates back to sort of the Group B era of the 600 horsepower monsters that we used to drive. So when you've got that sort of horsepower and everything, they're always going to be spectacular, and obviously it's a close contact as well. From a commercial point of view, then we're delighted that we got that project from Ford. So again, that shows how a strong link. That was a project that was funded by Ford for Ken Block and his team, and of course we're still heavily involved in that. But from a commercial point of view, there's never going to be the same sort of sales and volume of cars that anything like near what we can do in rallying. So it's a great program to be involved in, and obviously, a lot of technology is learned from the WRC program, and we'll certainly be heavily involved again with Ken's program this year.
Look forward to it. Malcolm Wilson and all of the M Sport crew, I think it's quite amazing the amount of cars that you built, as you say, since the beginning of the group, the WRC era, should I say, in 1997 to date. I think it's absolutely a flag that should be waved higher and longer for British motorsport. Thank you very much for joining us. Malcolm Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, from M Sport.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Squire.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Autosport International, the focus of the 2017 season to be kicked off for not just British motorsport but world motorsport. We've already had some touring cars unveiled. We've had an LMP2 car unveiled. World Rally Championship car unveiled. We just had a quick chat with Malcolm Wilson on behalf of the Ford M Sport squad. But we're now going to focus on the TCR International Touring Car Series with James Nash, who is here with us this afternoon. Good afternoon, James.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to the National Exhibition Centre, and welcome to those of you watching on the worldwide stream that we've got on autosport.com and also on motorsport.com as well. Good morning. Maybe you're just waking up in America, and if you're in Australia, you should have gone to bed by now. So then, James, second in the 2016 TCR International Series. A little bit under the radar here in the UK, but you are the support race to the Formula One Grand Prix at some venues. It's still an accolade you should be, and I'm sure you are, very proud of.
Yeah, I am very proud and very disappointed at the same time. You know, I was only a couple of points shy of claiming the championship, and that was my focus all year, round by round. So it was a tough end to the season in Macau. But like you say, we do follow some F1 events and we're on their bill. I think it's a great championship. And really, this is just to highlight what championship is and what TCR is in the UK.
Because there's some big manufacturer involvement.
Yeah, we have quite a few, and more coming in. You know, Kia, Audi's just launched theirs, Seat, VW, Alfa Romeo. There's many coming in. There's many new marques, and the championship's growing and getting stronger. It's only a couple of years old, and I think it's already achieved many things that other championships haven't yet.
But you had 11 podiums last season over a race season that was how many races?
It was 11 rounds, so it was 24 races. Yeah.
Oh, 11 podiums, podium at every race, and it must have been tight come Macau.
Yeah, it was very tight, and you know, we had some extremely good weekends, double podiums and others that are a bit drier. There's the BOP that most championships have now taken up, balance of performance to weigh the cars down if you've had a good event, so it does make it tougher the next event, and also reverse grid, so it makes it extremely exciting, like touring cars already is, but it just adds an extra edge to it.
But you're in a British built car that's from Silverstone with Bamboo, with the Seat, British team around you, so the British motorsport still certainly flying the flag on an international stage.
Yeah, I am the only British driver in the international championship, so it's a nice thing to be here and promote it a bit further. Bamboo I was with in World Touring Cars previously in 2013, and we had great success there. We've gone one better in TCR International. We finished third in World, finished second in the international championships, and hopefully this year, if we tie the deal up, we can do something.
I'm sure you will. Are you far away from the deal?
It's between two teams, but no, it's very close, and my aim is just to make sure I'm in a car that can give me a winning race and winning championship.
And what was your favourite circuit that you did last year? Which one really flowed for James Nash?
For me, certainly not Macau. Thailand was probably my most enjoyable event. I had one of the biggest crashes I've ever had, wrote the car off. The team fixed it after practice, and we got out and we had a win and a second in the race. So it was an amazing weekend after having such a low on the Friday.
And the plan for 2017 for the championship, for the amount of races, again supporting high-end championships such as Formula One. Where is the championship at?
Yeah, we're following Monaco's on the calendar with Formula One, Abu Dhabi as well at the end. There's one other. It's from Russia, all around the world. It's an amazing championship, and it's just not got the coverage in the UK, I think, at the moment. TV is a difficult point, but they do a great job on YouTube with that.
Monaco as a support race. That's pretty cool. Come on.
I'm excited about it, but you just wonder where you're going to sit in the support paddock trying to get to the grid.
Don't worry about that. You'll be sat in the car. It's the mechanics have got to work around it. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You've been on the sim. How are you going to learn Monaco?
Yeah, the simulator's my only way, really. I'm not great on simulators, but it does give me some track knowledge. And then we have 2 sessions to build up through the weekend. So there's a lot of new tracks that I had to learn this year. It didn't affect my performance, so I don't expect that to be an issue this year either.
And you've already been in the British Touring Car Championship, 2011, when you were last in the British Touring Car Championship. A glimmer that you might come back one day?
Maybe in the future, yeah. I mean, the British Championships are a fantastic series. The TV is amazing. The racing looks great. I just want to put myself against international drivers and follow the world whilst I'm young enough to do that. Maybe in a few years when I'm retiring for international racing, I can look at British.
I read a great quote from Steve Soper the other day, and he said, I'd done I'd learnt all the British circuits, I'd taught myself to be a racing driver, I got quick, so therefore I got this deal. And it was to either stay in England or go to overseas. But I'd done all the English circuits, so I went overseas. I thought that was a great one from Steve Soper. And I'll never forget that. So maybe you're doing something along those lines as well. You know, who knows?
Yeah, something similar. Like you said, I've been in Formula Ford in the UK and did the British Championship. The opportunity to go to World, it was one of those that I couldn't resist. And sometimes once you've been there, it's very difficult to leave because you enjoy it so much. So.
Yeah, it is a bug. It is a travel bug. So, well, we look forward to the TCR International Series throughout 2017. I'm sure you'll get something wrapped up. A couple of weeks or so, you think we
Next couple of days.
Next couple of days even. Okay, before the weekend's out. There's obviously a deal to be done here at Autosport International. James Nash, have a great 2017. So close in 2016. Sure you can turn it around.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Afternoon once again. We've always talked about motorsport personalities, rally cars, racing cars, but let's talk about some of the circuits, and in particular Donington Park. They've had some big news here this morning that we've all learnt about, and for further chit-chat about that big news is the man who's been running Donington Park for the last few years, Christopher Tate. If you'd like to come and join me. Good afternoon, Christopher.
Good afternoon.
I hope that you're well and good.
Extremely well, thanks very much, David. Yes.
Good, good. Donington Park, obviously a fan favourite for four-wheeled action, two-wheeled action, British Truck Grand Prix, British Kart Grand Prix as well. But some big news as literally we walked through the door this morning. Just bring us up to speed for those of us who haven't heard it.
Yes, so the negotiations are complete, and the Wheatcroft Group, Kevin Wheatcroft, chairman of that group and of Donington Park, has agreed terms to sell Donington Park's operations to the MSV Group, to Jonathan Palmer's group of circuits. So Donington Park joins MSV as of today.
Wow, big news, big news.
Very big news. I've been really proud to have worked with a fantastic team of people at Donington over the last 6 years. You know very much the troubled history of 2009-10, with a broken track, with no events, and it's gone very well. And 2016 has been our year, and strength of the MSV partnership behind us and Jonathan's abilities and his team's abilities, I think it'll make for a really great prospect for competitors who are here today, for race teams who come testing with us, but particularly for the spectators.
The whole fan experience. And you've got a big weekend because it's back in, 1977 when Tom reopened Donington Park, and here we are 40 years later all of a sudden.
That's right. I mean, what we're doing is we're celebrating today the launch of our 40th anniversary program. I think we've got a smart new logo to go with it, which we hope is on the screen. And I was there that day in the summer of 1977. Tom Wheatcroft created out of what was really a pretty desperate situation the renewal of Donington Park, home to the Grand Prix before the Second World War. And so this is the 40th anniversary. We have some nice 40th anniversary partners at the moment. Williams Grand Prix Engineering, of course, also in their 40th anniversary. And the museum at Donington, which is so important, remains in the control of Kevin Wheatcroft. And the collection, which many people enjoy seeing, is very much part of what stays in the Wheatcroft hand.
Do you have any knowledge of what cars might be there? Might you have one of the Silver Arrows, one of the Auto Unions from pre-war, and then the JPS Lotus that ran in 77, reopening Donington Park? What have you got up your sleeve at the moment?
We have in particular a number of anniversaries. We do have, as you know, a Silver Arrows in 1937 beautiful recreation built in Britain, fantastic car which Kevin runs and will run at the Historic Festival and so on. And that is therefore the 80th anniversary of the first Silver Arrows British Grand Prix, 37 to 77. Also very much a feature this year is the 60th anniversary, good on anniversaries, the 60th anniversary of the first win of the British Grand Prix by a British car with a British Moss Vanwall Aintree, and the Vanwall is a key part of association with Sir Frank, and Jonathan will have a room full of Williamses, which I think long and on from Williams.
And they'll be running?
We will see some cars out on track this year.
1983 car with a yellow helmet to go.
1983 back, which is the car, which is a nice link to today, which ever run in a Formula One car, and the time that he had to beat was set for him by a young Grand Prix driver called Jonathan Palmer.
You couldn't make it up, could you?
You couldn't make it up. That's what we like about the history of Donington. And with Jonathan now, with a strong future, and we should touch on the future because, of course, we're also the home to the FIA Formula E Championship. Yep. And you were talking earlier to James and the team from Jaguar Formula E. and also to Andretti BMW Formula E, and to our friends from Techeetah and from Nextev, which was Team China, and the Formula E headquarters. So Donington loves looking back, and we love looking back with Williams and with people who know and care about the history as you do, and so many of our fans do, but also very much look forward to the future.
The future of which you've got the launch of the British Touring Car Championship for 2017. Yeah. That'll be the focus for many people as the spring is trying to come through. British Touring Car Championship obviously coming to Donington Park together with the British Superbike Championship as well. They've got a test day there before the season kicks off, because Donington very much close to the heart of many two-wheeled fans as well. World Superbike coming your way as well.
Well, that's right. I mean, people sometimes forget how much of our business, and particularly our weekday business, is two wheels, home to the famous Honda Ron Haslam School, which we must get you back on again, and many, many bike track days. And very proud to continue to host the only North European round, really, of the World Superbike Championship. And that is at the end of May this year. But yes, we've got a really busy April, because we start the first round of British Superbikes the first weekend of April. Easter weekend, the mid-weekend of April, is the second round of the BTCC, and Alan has put together again an amazing grid, and I think that's going to be great racing. And at the end of the month, we have our 3-day historic festival, which ties in so much with our 40th anniversary celebration. So we're going to have a busy old time the next few weeks.
The date of your 40th anniversary weekend?
Is going to be throughout 2017.
Oh, throughout.
Toby,
okay,
but,
sorry, you don't have a specific...
The key features will be the end of April Historic Festival for cars, and the first weekend in August, Classic Motorcycle Festival, which will reflect all that.
Excellent. That is quite some lineup, quite some lineup. Your office is overlooking the circuit, I imagine. There's always a lot going on. What's the most bizarre thing that you've seen go around during the week from Christopher Tate's managerial office at Donington Park?
Well, one of the things I think that was a real feature for me was a time last summer when Kevin was testing the 1937 Grand Prix Mercedes-Benz during the lunch break of the Formula E main Donington test. And there's a marvellous photograph of Kevin helmet on, sitting in the Mercedes, while the guys are pushing the Formula E cars back up the pit lane. And the contrast between 1937 and 2016 and the electric future just really summed up for me what it is we try and make the right balance about the history and about an exciting future.
Car clubs as well are booked into Donington Park. I see there's an RS Owners Day, weekend. It's not just about motorsport, is it?
No, very much. So it's extremely important to stress that the rest of Donington Park is, as you know, very busy. A large rock festival happens every June. We have a number of other music events that happen. We have, in the last 18 months, opened a very successful new 4x4 course with major manufacturers testing there, including the Bentley Bentayga doing a lot of its final testing there. A lot of events, from classical concerts in the park. We had a great success last summer, through to car shows, car clubs, and so on. Porsche are returning to Donington Park this year. We're having track days specifically for most of the top sports car brands. And it is a very well-used facility, and I think that's something that can only grow and develop with the MSV umbrella.
I've been lucky enough to travel the world over the last couple of decades, 2.5 decades, seeing all sorts of motorsport. I've never been to the Kart Grand Prix. Is it as nuts as it looks?
The 250cc supercar, British Kart Grand Prix at Donington Park, lapping about the speed of a Formula 3 car, half an inch off the ground in something that has some pedals in front of you, remains one of the most astonishing sights. It really is exciting, and is a wonderful contrast to a couple of weeks later with the trucks. And that's one of the great joys of Donington. We get these contrasts all the time. But the supercarts is something people have to see. If you've never seen high-speed karts on a really fast, open Grand Prix type circuit, come along. It takes your breath away.
Surely there's going to be some comedy text messages when the trucks go on Jonathan Palmer's grass. How's that going to work out? because we know what Jonathan can get like with his grass. For all the right reasons, I may take the mick, but you know what I mean.
Well, I have to say that we have been very much in support of the great move to try and get racers to stick to the black bits and let the green bits belong to us. But there's a very serious point. When cars race offline and go off track limits and get onto our grass, whether it's at Donington or Brands Hatch or Snetterton or wherever, then on the Monday, typically, we have a bike track day. And a rut for a car is not a problem. A rut for you and I racing bikes or riding bikes, maybe, you know, as bad as I used to be when I was a club racer, you spend more time off the track than on, but there's for it.
Interesting. Literally getting the Donington is
in order to meet the team and all the staff, and that process will be happening over the next 2 or 3 weeks in the usual way as these things happen. And we will then run our 2017 calendar as already published and planned, and look forward to welcoming everybody there, whether they come to test or whether they come to watch or whether they come to have an excellent lunch in the museum cafe.
or compete. Or compete down the Craner Curves. Who can't enjoy driving the Craner Curves? Big news for Donington Park, and certainly some stability for the next 2 decades is certainly entrenched with Jonathan Palmer and the MSV group. They run a tight ship, very tight ship, and that can only be good for everybody involved in Britain, full stop. Christopher, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks very much indeed. Thanks, Toby.
Thank you all. So we can give them to Jonathan. In the meantime, we've got more people coming on the end of our day, and then we've got tomorrow and even more guests. If you're watching, keep in touch. Motorsport around the world. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. And as we come towards the end of the day, we've still got some chit-chats, and we've still got some talk, and we've still got some news to announce here on the main stage of Autosport International Show for 2017. We've already touched on the future of motorsports with Formula E. We caught up with Jaguar Formula E team director James Barclay earlier, but there's also another electric championship that's certainly in the midst, and that is Electric GT. And I've got Mark Gemmell here to come and join me on stage to tell us more about Electric GT. Mark, good afternoon. Come and join me.
Good afternoon.
We're streaming worldwide on the web with autosport.com and with motorsport.com, so good to have you here. Electric GT, you made an announcement 12 months ago with a Tesla-based car with 450 horsepower or so. How have things progressed on with technically with your cars for Electric GT?
Right. Well, effectively, it's exactly the case. About 1 year ago, we decided to launch the championship, but obviously there's a lot to putting a championship together, and what I would say is in this year we've been able to build the car, prove that it's a very valid sporting platform, and also raise a lot of interest from really the top circuits that are available. So fundamentally, the key basis is choosing where you're going to race, getting teams and drivers excited about the activity. And I mean, let's face it, at the moment I think a lot of people think of electric cars as a rather poor replacement for combustion vehicles, if a replacement. And our job is to show that, in fact, it is a credible type of transport, and that it represents a bright future. So, yeah, I would say that the fundamentals of a championship are coming together, and well, I mean, it's not done yet, but it's looking very promising, Toby.
Stefan Wilson, board with you. So there's some there that are giving you some weight worldwide.
To be starting this year. The intention is that the first race be in mid-August. Now, we start in the north of Europe, and then we go down south for weather reasons. It's kind of nicer down south when the year goes on, because in fact the 7 races will end around about late November, and so obviously then you want to be down south more. The circuits that we can absolutely confirm are Barcelona, the Montmeló circuit, which is frankly a fantastic place, and then there's Paul Ricard and Nürburgring. Now, the other circuits, I should really...
It doesn't matter when you go to the Nürburgring, it'll still rain.
Yeah.
You've yet to learn that, haven't you?
Well, like today here, I mean, we have wet tyres. I mean, thanks to our Pirelli, our sponsor, that's maybe not a concern, and in fact, it makes for spectacular racing even in bad weather. The electric cars can run in the rain as well, yes.
I mentioned that, the talk that you had for the car that you announced last year, some 440 pound-foot torque, but you've got something up your sleeve that's double and the rest of that, have you not?
That's
Tell
right.
us some numbers.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, that as with any new technology, it advances apace. And the car that we started using was by all means a fantastic sports car, still is, but Tesla went and improved things. So while they boosted the capacity of the battery 20%, they doubled the power output. So now we're getting, I'm looking at my numbers here, 778 horsepower. And that makes for the torque levels at 995 Newton meters. So pretty good level of performance from the vehicle. And bear in mind, this is a production drivetrain. We're not tuning this at all. This is exactly as it comes out of the factory. And then, yeah, that's delivering in the road, on the road, a car that will do 0 to 60 miles an hour in 2.4 seconds. Now, we take 500 kilos off that car, so the performance improves, and you get down to 2.1 seconds, 0 to 60 kilometers an hour.
That's rather impressive. Still, idea with races, a couple of races a day.
Right.
What's the plan?
Yeah, so the format is very similar to Formula E. I think Formula E are showing the way for the new racing style. You want to be punchy, you want to have things concentrated into a tight event, and as such, we're looking for short races, let's say about half an hour of racing, and that leads to the possibility of doing, say, 2 stages in one day. So we've got the morning with training and qualifying. Then there's a bunch of other events on track and in the paddock to entertain around other electric transport types, like electric karting and electric bikes. And then we get the first race in the afternoon. We repeat the process, and then in the evening, when it's just turning into dusk, we look at a race with certain special lighting, shall we say, on the track and on the cars.
You mentioned Tesla. Elon Musk is obviously a pioneer and the name that people know. Tesla is the car, the people's car that people know about electric cars. What's his involvement with racing, full stop? What do you think his mindset is towards racing, or is he too busy getting rockets to space and back again?
Well, there's no question that Tesla, Elon Musk, and then all the organizations that he's involved in are really taking on some major challenges. The challenge of taking your production from 50,000 cars a year to 500,000 has to be quite considerable, shall we say. And then if you're also at the same time duplicating world battery production, and you're also deploying the largest and most powerful charging network in the world, and you're also deploying a solar panel solution to replace existing roofs that is actually more attractive and more hard-wearing than existing roofing. You're taking on a lot of things. So I think we could allow them to maybe take their eye off the ball as far as sport's concerned. Now, I would just say that we're looking for showing the public how good Teslas are, which ultimately would help Tesla sell cars. But it's also to raise awareness in general. I think Tesla are doing a fantastic job making what could be the best car on the road at the moment. But I think few people realize that, and also a lot of people doubt. It's really hard to believe that the car is as good as it says. And that's why I think it's very important to do sport, to do racing, to show the car is actually really good in a format that we're all used to seeing. You know, that racing is about putting vehicles and such systems to their limits and seeing who's best at it. And that's what racing's about, and that's what we want to do here.
I mentioned the names like Wilson, Onslow Cole, Alice Powell I didn't mention, Tom Coronel, Ollie Webb. You've got some more driver news, the drivers joining your electric GT roster here today. Tell us.
That's right, Toby. I mean, we wanted to save these up for the show, and I'm very pleased that today we're announcing that Oliver Lombard and George Richardson are joining the championship. They've both been super supportive for us with us in the launch of the race series, and I'm pleased to say that today we have Oliver here to meet us.
Oliver, if you'd like to come forward and join us on stage. You were backstage a moment ago. Here he is. Oliver Lombard, part of the Electric GT Championship. So, it's not about noise, but it's all about lots of torque and lots of power. What's been your background before you've got to GT, Electric GT?
Well, me, I come from endurance racing, actually at MP2. I won Le Mans in 2011 in this category. So, yeah, I've been doing some many years of petrol racing, if I may say. And now I want to bet on the future, and I think Electric GT is the future of racing. And well, to talk about the car, it's quite comfortable actually when you come from normal racing. But honestly, what an excitement to drive the car, because the full power is there as soon as you demand it. So it's really nice. And the chassis, as you have the battery very low on the floor, you have a very good behavior with the chassis, a good balance. I've not done that much laps with the car, but the few I did, it's a very good feeling.
Good times ahead, exciting times ahead for the circuits. You'll be starting in Barcelona, going to Ricard. Other news, other sponsors you got up your sleeve, Mark?
Yeah, well, actually,
now's your time.
And absolutely, today, in fact, we're also announcing a fantastic sponsor, Magnum Cap. Now, these people that are experts in producing charging infrastructure, which is very important for an electric race. You can imagine that in a race, if we're wanting to do multiple stages, it's very important to be able to charge rapidly the vehicles. And Magnum Cap manufacture devices that you can actually see on our stage, which are on our stand. They're rather like very large fridges. But they allow us to charge the car in an hour and a half. So in the day race, we can pretty much guarantee to have the cars fully charged a short while after each race stage. And that means that we can entertain the public better. You know, the cars can be doing more work. Now, that's one of the things. There is another point that we wanted to raise. It's very important for us to be an international race series. Although we're launching in Europe, the opportunity has risen to very quickly deploy in China. I think we all know that the Chinese are pushing very hard to get to a cleaner transport. They're suffering the consequences of combustion vehicles. And as such, there's been a lot of encouragement to launch the championship there. So I'm pleased to announce that we are entering negotiations with Golden Port, China GT, the people who organise the GT races in China at the moment. And they are really showing a good degree of enthusiasm for bringing electric GT to the Chinese race circuits. So I think that's actually bodes very well for the championship in 2018. Obviously, we'd also like to be doing a similar kind of agreement with American promoters, because I think if we could attend the North American public, the Chinese public, and also European, then we're dealing with perhaps some of the largest markets.
If you get into the west coast of America, then you really are talking, because that's another country from America, isn't it?
It's true, it's funny. I mean, I was just there a few days ago, and the amount of electric cars and the amount of Teslas is really insane. I mean, no one turns their head in the least. No. Whereas here it's still quite a special thing. Yeah.
But there are electric scooters in Shanghai. You know, they've realised that there is a problem.
Absolutely. I mean, this is perhaps the country that has more embraced electric transport. But of course, you have to broaden your mind about what is electric transport in that case. I think for a lot of us, we need to see vehicles that essentially substitute what we're using at the moment in order to believe that a revolution is happening.
So, Olivier, you're going to be up against, Oliver Webb, another LMP2 driver, Tom Onslow-Cole, GT driver. He's out in Dubai at the moment. Going to be quite a bit of action. Stefan Wilson, Indy 500 runner last year in 2016. It's going to be quite some competition.
Well, yeah, I think it's going to be very exciting about the competition, because it will be only very good drivers coming from very good racing world and championships. And especially that the car is going to be new for everybody at the beginning of the championship. So it's who's going to find the little trick that will make it go faster at the beginning. And all of this is very interesting for us as drivers.
Who's going to be running the cars? Is it individual teams, or how does it going to work?
Excellent question. I mean, you know what you're talking about here. The fact is that for the first season, we have to furnish all the teams with the cars. That's basically because we need to ensure that the cars are all prepared to the same standards. It makes for better racing, really. And so, we offer the teams 2 cars in the package and all the race fees and transportation and storage. So it's essentially a turnkey racing solution. Obviously, that helps people get going in what is a maybe unfamiliar terrain with electric cars. But without a doubt, it won't take very long for teams to understand what's going on. I know that many of them are already enthusiastic to get it in and start tweaking things. Season 2 will be when we start to open up some changes to the more serious changes to the car dynamics, and perhaps some changes to the power electronics. But as I think we all know, the art in running a championship is getting the right balance where you allow innovation, but you keep it under control. Frankly, the future for electric racing is much like the way racing was 100 years ago. I mean, it was just, you remember V32s and, the superchargers. But all that innovation came from racing, because that's where we're pushing hardest the envelope.
One of the very early land speed record holders was an electric car, French, I believe. Right. So in the 1890s. So isn't it bizarre how it's come full circle as the current land speed record is 768 miles an hour, and they're looking to do 1,000 in at the end of 2018 with Andy Green and Bloodhound. So interesting times. I agree. Now there's one last thing, because I know you're really onto some of the technology and things. I would like to say that it's very important, I think, in racing to understand that the future is maybe a step away from what we're at the moment, in so much as I think it's important we start to include virtual racing. The online racing gameplay into sports. And we're starting to see this with what maybe Formula E did in Las Vegas. They had a multi-driver challenge. It's certainly our intention to tie in live telemetry into a game platform so that people can online race alongside the drivers. But also that these drivers, these virtual drivers, are competing for genuine prizes. Now, we've heard of how skilled
the e-drivers are. So this is a genuine challenge for both real drivers and the virtual version. But I think that's very important that we incorporate those two worlds.
You have a stand here? You have a stand here with a car, so please go and visit and see what Electric GT is all about. As the future is changing, the future is uncertain, but as we've already heard from Jaguar Racing and James Barclay, you know, there are many cities around the world who are going to stop the internal combustion engine entering the zones of the major cities sooner rather than later. So we wish you all the very best of luck. Congratulations on getting a great drive. Thank you. And your Le Mans experience will always be with you for the rest of your racing days. And congratulations on that victory back in 2011. Mark, Olivier, thank you very much for joining us and telling us all about Electric GT. We look forward to that in the future. That concludes our interviews up here on the main stage here today. We've got the first of our guests here on the main stage tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock here in the UK. That's 10 o'clock GMT for those of you watching on the live stream on autosport.com. So if you're going to be having a beer in Australia, you can join us about them. And if you're just about thinking about going to bed in LA, well, it's going to be a late night for you tonight. So that concludes the first of our 4 days here at Autosport International on the live stage. We look forward to speaking to you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good job, Toby. Thank you. Thank you very much. Should we walk off the stage?